Okay, Florence, we can admit people now. Morning, everybody. Just a sound check. Thank you for joining. We're still admitting many people into the session, but we will be with you in a few seconds. In the meantime, please keep yourselves on mute. Thank you, guys. Good morning, everybody. Good seeing all the faces and good seeing all the people joining the session. We're still admitting many people into the session, but it's great having everybody on board. And we've today proudly being hosted by JC Auditors. Ladies and gents, this JC Auditors event is hosted by the Transport Forum, as you might have noticed, and we're privileged in having excellent sponsors and associates with the Transport Forum, as the case be with JC Auditors. So just a little bit of housekeeping, ladies and gents. Please keep yourselves on mute. On my side, I also try and mute people should I see they unmute themselves. So please keep yourselves on mute. So that we don't have too many background noises and so on. And then you're welcome to use the chat room. You're welcome to share contact details, greet each other, and please keep the discussions related to the topic that's been discussed today. Also, ladies and gents, we've blessed with a lot of excellent speakers today. So, Pierre Sanson, can I ask you please to stay on mute? Thank you very much. So, so we've got many great presenters today, and so we can't take questions and answers after the presenters, unfortunately, otherwise it will take too long. So we'll take questions and answers at the end of the session. But, not always all the presenters are available for the panel discussion and so on. So you're also welcome to post your questions in the chat room. And we request the presenters to, answer the questions in the chat room as we go along. That will also save us a lot of time, and obviously it's great everybody can see the answers being, answered in the chat room. So let's try and use the chat room effectively. Post your questions there if you want to, and the presenters kindly answer the questions in the chat room in advance. But then during the panel discussion, we'll also take more questions where you will be given opportunity to, to unmute yourself, and once recognized, you then can ask a question. The people on YouTube, you're also welcome to text your questions, and we will then notify the presenters during the questions and answers session. So, ladies and gents, our program for today, let me just put up our program for today quickly. So our program for today, you can see we're talking exploring road transport innovations for driving sustainable supply chains, 12th September 2024, proudly being hosted by JC Auditors. And we're also proudly having Florence Masundo, who's going to act as the MC for us today. So I'm looking forward to handing over to Florence just now. And Florence, thank you very much for agreeing to MC the event. We're looking forward being MC'd by you. Ladies and gents, I'm not going to read through the program. You obviously have it in front of you, and we're going to take it as we go along. But we have excellent sponsors and associates with the Transport Forum. Let's give some recognition for these great companies and organizations making the Transport Forum possible. And so let me give them some recognition. But there's some good news, and that is that, so there's the second half of our program. And here's the good news. We're going to do a quiz. So, and you might be the lucky winner of one of two of these Transport Forum branded desk mats. It's quite a big desk mat. It's like a big mouse pad, but it's very, very convenient on your desk when you sit and work. Also for your elbows resting on a table and so on, because it's padded. Very great, and it's to a value of about 400 rands per mat. So we're going to, and are 2 prizes to the person answering the question right. And we're going to use menti.com, as you can see on your screen, www.menti.com. So I'm going to present you to our associates and our sponsors, and then at the end, I'm going to ask 2 questions using Menti. So I will give you opportunity at the time to run menti.com on your phone or on your PC, and you will then be able to follow the questions on the menti.com interface. So lots of fun, and obviously the winners, the prize will be couriered to them. So great stuff. So there we are. Those are our associates and sponsors. And the Transport Forum is less than having formal industry bodies with the Transport Forum. There's obviously many more than these, but these are a formal agreement. So let's look at these big and great organizations. First one, South African Association of Freight Forwarders, and they shared their video with us.
What does it take to compete on the world stage? To go head-to-head with the best of the best? Excellence, agility, resilience, the willingness to keep on evolving. It takes courageous leadership to be bold and chart the course, to connect the dots, bringing stakeholders together, to overcome the hurdles we all face, and to deliver best practice. It's about business at the click of a button, delivering at the speed of the internet, connecting people, products, and places, strengthening our supply chains, faster and more cost-effective than ever. Since 1921, we've given voice and vision to the freight forwarding industry. navigating the tides of international trade, evolving ever more sophisticated supply chains, bridging local and global markets to move our economy forward. Welcome to our world. The South African Association of Freight Forwarders, architects of transport for over a century.
Thank you so much, Saf. We've got the Multimodal Inland Port Association doing lots of good work in uplifting our rail network, also in the inland ports. Thank you very much, Warwick Lord and team, for the good work you guys are doing. We've got the African Women in Supply Chain Association. We've got the South African Express Parcel Association, SAPA, representative body of the voice of the express delivery industry in South Africa. Thank you very much, SAPA. South African Bus Operators Association. You can see the representative body of the bus and the coach industry in South Africa. Thank you, SABOA. We've got the Road Freight Association. They say without trucks, South Africa stops. Thank you, the RFA, for your good work. We've got ARIA, the African Rail Industry Association. See the preeminent body in South Africa representing players in the railway industry. Thank you very much, ARIA. The Safer Stops Association, uniting minds, sharing vision and resources, uplifting well-being, boosting road safety for South Africa's commercial drivers. Thank you very much, Safer Stops Association. We also got these media houses in alliance with the Transport Forum. Let's have a look at them. Freight News by FTW, been with us for many years, actually since inception. You can see news features for import and export decision makers. Thank you very much, Freight News. Got the Railways Africa magazine. It's an African continent specialist trade technical business to business online publication covering all aspects of the rail sector. Got Focus of Transport and Logistics. You can see South Africa's oldest and leading transport magazine. Thank you very much, Focus on Transport and Logistics, for the great magazine. And obviously, ladies and gents, if you're not subscribed to all these magazines, you're losing out big time. And we've got Engineering News from Creamer Media. You can see the premier source of real economy news. Thank you very much, Engineering News, for your great support. I will play their video later on during the break for you. That's a news wrap. So there we've got the platinum sponsor of the Transport Forum is Seatrack, and they shared a great video of us regarding their crystal product.
A lot has changed in the 4 decades that we've been keeping vehicles and business equipment safe and always visible. And we've learned a thing or two along the way. That's why our focus is firmly on the future. A future that goes beyond just tracking and reporting, challenging the status quo and exploring what the power of technology combined with AI can unlock for your business. Because talking did not earn us the reputation of being the leader in fleet telematics solutions. Pushing boundaries with constant innovation did, and putting our customers first by asking, what if, what's next, and what's possible? For the power of foresight over hindsight to plan ahead and make smarter decisions. What if you could predict the optimal route to increase on-time deliveries and significantly reduce long-term maintenance? What if you could predict the best tractor speed on the day to reduce wasted spray and cover more ground with precision? Or if something as trivial as a few centimeters could predict the difference between maximum efficiency or maximum risk? Because in our world, and likely in yours too, having insights that can be used as foresight with a crystal clear view of the future is the only thing that matters to remain ahead for better control, better efficiencies, and better overall performance. It's the telematics and AI solution that goes beyond tracking and reporting. Step into the future with Crystal by Seatrack and experience the power to predict.
Thank you, C-Track. Indeed, the leader in telematic solutions. Thank you very much for your platinum sponsorship. JC Auditors, our host for today. I'm going to play the video. I don't know, Olaf, if you want to say a few words as well. Let's play the video and then you can say a few words.
Welcome to JC Auditors, your trusted partner in road freight certification solutions. At JCA, we offer a single integrated solution for road freight companies, enabling you to achieve all your compliance and certification requirements. Our focus on the South African national standard, RTMS, ensures your fleet meets the highest standards in safety, efficiency, and sustainability. Promoting vehicle safety and fostering safe driving behavior are keys to RTMS success. With a national presence of a growing footprint in the SADC regions, JCA is your local and regional expert in road transport compliance. Our certificates are SANAS accredited and IAF aligned, so rest assured that JC Auditors certifications are recognized globally. Our team of professional road transport experts brings unparalleled experience and dedication to every client, ensuring your company is always compliant. Having conducted over 10,000 audits in the last 15 years, JCA's expertise is proven, tried, and trusted across the industry. We proudly serve South Africa's leading road freight companies, along with a host of other forward-thinking and ambitious transporters, driving road transport excellence. Join the many satisfied clients who trust JC Auditors for their road freight certification needs, including RTMS, ISO 9001, and more. Visit us at www.jcauditors.com and drive your business forward with confidence.
Thank you, JC Auditors. Oliver, I don't know when I say, we're going to say a few words.
Harry, we've got a tight program, so I'll chat later, so it's fine. Thank you.
Thanks, Oliver. Ladies and gents, we've got Bid Air Cargo as gold sponsor.
In the world of express freight, there's one name that stands above the rest: Bid Air Cargo. Our airport-to-airport line haul service is the backbone of South Africa's express freight industry. At Bid Air Cargo, we don't just deliver cargo. We go the extra mile to ensure a seamless and efficient experience in South Africa. With our unwavering commitment to excellence and improved technology, we handle your cargo with utmost care and deliver it on time, every time. Our dedication to service excellence is what sets us apart. We live by our core values of service excellence, mutual respect, integrity, and accountability. When you choose Bid Air Cargo, you're choosing a partner that takes pride in going above and beyond for your freight needs. From pharmaceuticals to perishable goods, automotive parts to live animal transportation, we handle a diverse range of commodities. Our attention to detail and precision ensure that your cargo arrives in perfect condition, no matter what it is. Our dedicated teams work tirelessly to guarantee the safety and efficient transport of your cargo. We leave no stone unturned to ensure your freight arrives at its destination intact and on time. With our advanced track and trace system, you can monitor your shipments in real time. Stay informed about the whereabouts of your cargo with just a few clicks. Our goal is to provide you with peace of mind and complete transparency throughout the entire journey. We understand that time is of the essence for our valued customers. That's why we offer a user-friendly online portal that simplifies the documentation process. Obtain quotations and create e-labels with ease, saving you valuable time and effort. Whether you have a small package or a large shipment, Bid Air Cargo handles it all with equal care and precision. Our ISO certification is a testament to our commitment to quality and professionalism. We don't just excel in domestic express freight, we also cater to your international cargo needs. No matter the size of your business, whether you're a small enterprise or a multinational corporation, you can trust us to handle your cargo with the same level of dedication and attention to detail. Connect with us today and discover the difference our innovative technology, seamless tracking, and customer-orientated approach will make to your operation. Bid Air Cargo. Same-day express every day, overnight express every night.
Thank you, Bid Air Cargo. Another great gold sponsor of ours, Control Fleet, and here's a nice slogan to remember: execute like never before. So Control Fleet says that they can execute like never before. Thank you, Control Fleet.
At Control Fleet, innovation is at the heart of every decision we make. We execute like never before. Our features include planning, scheduling, driver application, and our value proposition is continuous value and execution for you. We love logistics and transport operations, our clients, and our aim is to provide them with new age technology, innovate their business, and take them to the future.
Thank you, Control Fleet. Unitrans, ladies and gents, also been a gold sponsor for many years.
Our continent continues to grow, and our industrial division is focused on connecting Africa to global markets. As our region evolves, so does our footprint across key trade passages and corridors, enabling new opportunities and growth. Unitrans is committed to fueling this growth by providing integrated warehousing and freight transport solutions. This capability has evolved across a number of customers, sectors, and countries, and continues to expand, seamlessly linking road freight, multimodal solutions, warehousing, secondary logistics, as well as freight forwarding and clearing activities. We are able to offer customers a full end-to-end solution that manages logistics needs in an efficient and cost-effective manner. With a strong focus on technology and partnerships, we continue to strengthen our approach as a managed logistics service that gets the job done.
Thank you, Unitrans. Ladies and gents, gold sponsor with the transfer from since inception is University of Johannesburg, Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management. They also got the Institute for Transport and Logistics Studies. Thank you very much, Prof. Nalin Pisa, Prof. Jackie Walters, and them that been mentoring also a lot of time over these years, 17 years. They're also hosting our Transport Month celebrations on the 10th of October at Birchwood Hotel in Boksburg. Ladies and gents, it's going to be a great event. As we speak, the emails, invites are going out. I urge you please to book for that event soonest, because we only can accommodate 140 people at this event this year. And many exhibitions, good food and great presentations. The Minister of Transport is doing the opening address as well. So please make your booking as soon as possible for this great event. But thank you, UJ, for your great support. We've got Data Noble. They're really leaders in research intelligence. You need to know what your clients are all about and what their perception is of you, and perhaps even new products you might offer or services you might offer your customers. These are the people you should talk to. You can obviously get the links on the Transport Forum's website for all these great organizations. Thank you, Data Noble. Ladies and gents, Go Metro, also gold sponsor. You can see they've got a great slogan here: revolutionize your fleet management with instant real-time insights. So you need to know what's going on out there, and with these are the masters of artificial intelligence. So you can note this organization that they can help you to have visibility across what's happening out there. Thank you, Go Metro. Kuba, transforming ticketing, gold sponsor, part of the ICM Mobility Group. You can see they say our ticketing solutions have been successfully implemented in over 100 cities and regions worldwide, dealing with millions of daily transactions. Thank you very much, Kuba. We've got Standard Bank, gold sponsor. Thank you, Kathy Bell and team. Let's see their video.
The group purpose is Africa is our home, we drive our growth. And driving Africa's growth goes to the nature of an institution that we are, which is an organization that is at the center of the economy, giving people the ability to pay, to borrow, to invest, and by insuring their assets. We do all of this to fulfill that purpose of a financial institution, which is to help people to become active economic agents and contribute to economic growth.
We have found increasingly that we need to impact the communities that we operate in a very positive manner. We need to conduct our business in line with international best practices. We are signed up to the Equator Principles, which helps to protect our environment. We want to make sure that we're investing in infrastructure. We want to make sure that we're deepening financial services so that more and more people have access to financial services.
You can never provide a full service offering to the clients if you don't do so on the basis of an integrated standard bank offering, i.e. a universal bank. When we look at types of projects and companies and individuals that we fund, we have to be sensitive to the impact that they make on those communities. Do they contribute meaningfully? Are they ethical in their own behavior? Are they sensitive to issues of environment? Are they sensitive to the way they undertake and develop their own projects and initiatives? And Standard Bank believes very, very strongly in ensuring that ultimately the growth that we desire is a growth that benefits everyone.
We finance the building of airports, bridges, ports, which contribute to economic growth and contribute to the hard infrastructure that society needs for development.
How do we show up in such a way that is real and human in our customers? And it goes both ways. How do we see customers as individuals, but how do we also show up not as a monolithic bank, but as a human bank, as a local bank? And you might say that it's is a bit of a paradox because we are a universal bank. It's true, but we are a universal bank that feels local, that feels real.
Countries in Africa embrace democracy, embrace good macroeconomic policies, they will attract foreign capital, into their economies. And we as a group are well positioned to access those capital flows and also help drive investments in the right sectors.
Thank you so much, Standard Bank. Ladies and gents, another gold sponsor, Global Trade Solution, innovative solution, transforming the global supply chain. You can see it's all about imports and export solutions. So you need the consulting and strategy, the software solutions and specialized services. Thank you, GTS. Sutari, great consulting engineering group. You can see they've got the slogan, Impact Engineers, or gold sponsor for many years with the Transport Forum. Thank you very much, Utari. We've got Easy Clear, software solutions for customs clearing, freight forwarding, and logistics providers, covering air, sea, road, and rail. Thank you so much, Easy Clear. We've got the Ticket Pro group that's got two products with the Transport Forum sponsoring. So this one is the Ticket Pro Travel. It's a very convenient online booking tool for all your corporate travel needs. You can see they say no contracts, no hidden fees, just good business with straightforward and fair pricing. So visit this website, Transport Forum. You can get the link and you will see ticketprotravel.co.za. They're very convenient. Ticket Pro also has the Ticket Pro Smart Tab solution. You can see that includes 3 features like comprehensive route management, flexible passenger payment methods, flexible route and fare product setup, shift and dispatch management, cashier system inspection tools, and comprehensive management information system reports. Thank you very much. Ticket Pro Smart Tab. Internet of Things integration. You can see it's the Internet of Things solution provider focusing on the development of various telemetry monitoring and control systems. Let's have a look at their video. Thank you very much. Internet of Things integration. Ladies and gents, here we've got in control. They say your control center. It's a new gold sponsor, just joined the transfer forum. So we're still going to hear a lot from this great company. Thank you very much, In Control, for joining us as a gold sponsor. So take note of the Smarter Mobility Africa. There we go, Smarter Mobility Africa. Our transport forum will also be exhibiting there. So hopefully we're going to see a lot of you there. Ladies and gents, let's give a big hand to all our associates and sponsors for making the transport forum possible. We really appreciate your support. Now it's the fun time. Ladies and gents, we're going to do the questions and answers using menti.com. So you can either on your phone or on your any device, you can run www.menti.com. And I will share the menti.com screen with you just now, where you can answer the questions. Now, the Menti program is going to request your name. So please type in your name and your surname so that we can not get confused between people having the same name. And then you will be able to answer the questions. So let me just get that ready for us. So ladies and gents, you can see there's the code you need to type in, 12767434. So you type in your name and your surname with name, and then the code for this one is 12767434. Great, I see players are joining. Just waiting for more guys to join, and then we will post the first question. So you might be the lucky winner of a very nice Transport Forum desk mat for your desk, your workstation. Okay, while people are still joining, let's go to the questions. Sorry. Okay, here we go. There's a gold sponsor, and their slogan is execute like never before. So it's a gold sponsor. They say execute like never before. Is it C-Track, Zutari, Global Trade Solution, or Control Fleet? Which one is it? Execute like never before. Control Fleet was the right answer. Let's see who's the winner. Ndaba Magwala, yeah, you were the fastest. So congratulations. Let me just make a note. Congratulations. You're the winner of this one. And we will contact you afterwards to obtain your address and to send the prize to you. Right, let's have a look at the second question. Here goes. There's a gold sponsor, Slogan, revolutionize your fleet with real-time insights. Is it Kuba, Internet of Things integration, Go Metro, or Ticket Pro? So they say revolutionize your fleet with real-time insights. To have visibility what's going on out there. And I said to you, it's also masters in artificial intelligence. And remember them, gold sponsor. Yeah, a lot of people, yeah, the right answer is Go Metro. Let's see who's the winner. All right, we're going to give this one to Job Ribbit. And I've already won a prize. So Job Ribbit, thank you very much for participating. Congratulations. I'm going to send a prize through to you. So I'm just making a note here. This was great, ladies and gents. Thank you very much for participating. And we always have lots of fun doing this. So I'm just going to stop the sharing here. And let's bring up our program. Now, before I do that, let me just show something else to you quickly. So there's our sponsors, ladies and gents. Take note of the business directory of the Transport Forum. Olga can help you, Olga Mashilu, to get listed only for, it's only 450 rands per annum. So Olga Mashilu has been outsourced the company to administrate this for us. Thank you very much, Olga. So you'll be able to download the presentation from that website afterwards. You just need to log in. Should you not have a sign up yet, you click on sign up, create your own username and password, then you should be able to log in. So what you will do afterwards is that you, after you've logged in, you go to events, downloads, get simple search engine, can either in the top field type in the title or the description, hit search, and it will search through all the 17 years worth of presentations. Or you can make at category, just select the day's date, hit search, and it'll bring up all the presentations for that day. Very powerful. So there we go, ladies and gents. We're back at our program, Exploring Road Transport Innovations for Driving Sustainable Supply Chains. And I would like now to hand you over to our host for the day, Florence. Thank you very much, Florence. We've been looking forward to being emceed by you.
Thank you very much, Harry. Could we please just give Harry a round of applause? You know, it's a whole 30 minutes that he just did. Yay! Thank you so much. I welcome each and every one of you. Thank you, Colleen, for being such a great sport, for clapping your hands. I am Florence Msundwa, and I am the convener of the Road Freight SME Summit. I will share slightly about it in between, maybe before we break for coffee. For them that do not know about the summit, I'll just share briefly about it so that probably you can register. Let me first start to thank Mr. Naidu of JC Auditors for granting me this opportunity. You really trust me, Oliver, to do a good job for your webinar. There are over 70 people, 80 people that are logged in, so it's going to be exceptionally insightful. So the theme for today, or the topic, is exploring road transport innovations for driving sustainable supply chain. And I would like to start with a quote about innovation, and it says, "Innovation is seeing what everybody has seen and thinking what nobody has thought." So it's thinking what everybody has seen, seeing what everybody has seen, but thinking what nobody has thought. So you can give me a round of applause for that. You're going to be very active, and you're going to engage throughout, you know, the couple of hours that we have online today. Before I move to our first speaker, which is Mr. Naidu, I just want to do a shout out to Tony Austin of Master Drive, Brian and Colleen. They were the first three people that literally got into the chat room and thanked us for this particular the particular event and are looking forward to it. Guys, thank you for already, thanking Oliver, JC Auditors, and all the speakers in advance. It's great encouragement, and I just would like to point you out. So moving right along, the first speaker is Mr. Naidu himself, and he's going to be speaking about embracing international standards as a key component of road transport sustainability. Let us welcome Mr. Oliver Naidu, the Managing Director of JC Auditors. Oliver, the virtual stage is yours.
Great. Thank you very much, Florence, and Harry as well. Firstly, huge thank you to all of you for making the time to join us today. I think it's so important to have these discussions to stimulate thought, and as Florence said, to see how can we do things differently so that we continually embrace a forward-thinking mindset to improve our operations and to also get a wider population of the road freight sector into a space where collectively we can be better as an industry and obviously in terms of the broader economy as well. So I'm going to quickly hope this works. Now, we have to be, I think, realistic in terms of what is the situation on the roads. We do know that without our road networks, we cannot have a thriving economy, our supply chains are affected, etc. And forgive me for being the bearer of bad news, but I think we have to remind ourselves that we often have situations that are at a crisis level. Our road networks are not as safe, compliant, or efficient as it needs to be to drive the economy and to allow for efficient trade and transport. And that's just one example of a really bad month. But I think we don't need to look far to find very similar situations. The RTMC, who are the lead road safety agency in the country, at their last report, they indicated that the cost of crashes to the economy is 143 billion, which is 3% of GDP. Think about that for a second. That's an enormous number. And beside the human cost to crashes, it has a massive negative impact on the economy, on the creation of employment, etc. And on that note, there is no silver bullet. There's no quick fix. It will take a multi-pronged, collaborative approach and a sustained one if we are to address our poor road safety record and some of the very glaring inefficiencies on our road networks. And remember, we are competing in a global economy. So if we're inefficient in terms of our supply chain, it limits the country's ability to compete on the global market. And in collaborating, I think there are a number of players that have a role to play. And today we are very fortunate to have quite a nice cross-section of speakers. We'll hear from road transport operators, One Logix, Anna from Amoja, Jonathan from SBV, Luke from Lalji, and they will share some of their experiences in terms of what systems, what practices have helped them be at the forefront of their industry. And we're looking forward to those very much, because ultimately the test or the asset test is how do operators and commercial fleets embrace technology, embrace management systems, platform providers, etc., to deliver on safe and sustainable services. We also will look at the funding industry, and Bernard Vilakazi from ABSA will talk us through some of the ESG vetting protocols. In other words, how do they embrace responsible lending to, for assets, so that people who utilize ABSA's, funds do so in a responsible and sustainable manner. Steve from the insurance industry will talk to us about how do they promote risk management in the insurance sector. And at the end, we'll have a research body, the CSIR, who will give us an idea of what they hope to achieve from launching the Transport Safety Lab. And so it's quite a nice mix, all of which is intended to their colleagues to stimulate thought, to look at best practices, understand what innovations are there from the OEMs, from the PBS project, which Paul will talk to, and look at how can we embrace the principles within our own operations or within our networks that can then, in little bits and pieces, make a difference in the big picture. My role, or my goal rather, in my short introduction is to talk about sustainability or the sustainability landscape from a fairly macro level. And I think a very common term nowadays in the evolution of governance is ESG. So we find that ESG is increasingly receiving attention where listed companies and even those that are not listed are facing increasing pressure to demonstrate how are they running the business to comply with environmental, social, and governance requirements. And we're busy actually with a whole toolkit platform to allow industry to have a relatively efficient mechanism to demonstrate ESG credentials. Interestingly, this was a survey done by a UK-based body called Schroders. And as you can see, in the survey of 22,000 investors in 30 countries, there's clear evidence that the investor community is looking more at sustainable investing. So they will put their money into businesses, into economies that don't just deliver short-term returns only, but also they want the comfort of knowing their money is safe for a long, sustainable period. And of course, all of what the investor community does in their response affects global market significantly and translates to us on the ground in the road transport and supply chain as well. So it's interesting to note the trend in that regard. Now, I'm going to be sharing a few slides on international standards. And this one specifically talks to the fact that standards at their core are intended to promote good governance, safety performance, and then obviously that should lead and does lead to service delivery, which allows the business to protect their brand and ultimately enable sustainable profits, which is the driving, obviously driving force behind all businesses. Now, standards are fairly prescriptive and do require structure, but that's what good governance is about. It's about how do we, in the business strategy, how does one incorporate various systems, and how do we enable the strategic vision of the business to be integrated into operations, and these are typically achieved by various standards. Now, I'll be talking about some certification standards, but I should say, in terms of sustainability, I certainly would not advocate that one must become certified to deliver business success and sustainability. But certainly what I'd like to say, and what has been proven from industry, is that having principles or standards and structure are key requirements to deliver on business strategy. So if you want to achieve a certain vision in terms of your business, one needs to have structure in place. And this is the typical model which ISO standards all talk to. In other words, how does the business take into account the context? How do we incorporate customer requirements? And especially on the bottom left of that slide, how do we ensure that the needs and expectations of all relevant parties are factored into our business model? So it's not just about a business standing as an island. And as John Donne famously penned many years ago, no man is an island, and certainly no business is an island. So it's important when we talk about international standards to remember that the business needs to be managed in consideration of other stakeholders that may be external, but whose needs need to be considered. And inside of the circle, the standards all promote a very structured mechanism to plan, to have leadership, understand how do they execute on the required customer needs and stakeholder needs as well. There should be a strong leaning towards evaluating performance, which is clause 9 in the standard, and on improvement. And you'll see improvement is a key requirement, as are all those red circles, is a key requirement of all international standards. And that talks to the fact that there needs to be continual innovation in how do we embrace standards. Another iteration of the same PDCA cycle, as it's known, which was initially developed by Deming, the famous management guru. And here you'll see again, standards require a defined plan. There should be a mechanism to execute the plan. The checking or monitoring is crucial because, as the old adage goes, we cannot improve what we don't measure. So checking, monitoring, and then obviously from the monitoring and from the learning that we get from understanding how we're performing, we then reflect what went wrong, what went right, how do we improve, and how do we continue the cycle to make sure there's evidence of innovation and continual improvement in the business. Now, these are somewhat abstract concepts, but they are applicable to all the different international standards and certainly applicable in just a general business practice way as well. Now, all the standards at their core also are intended to manage risks. So in addition to the structure and innovation that's required, at their core, it's pointless being innovative if you're having risks that are not adequately understood and mitigated. So the standards all compel one to take this into account. And if it's 45,001, it's about managing risk to protect people. 14,001 looks at protection of the environment. 9,000 customer requirements. And RTMS, which we'll hear a fair amount about today, is about managing commercial fleet road risks, but also looks at how do we protect the assets and promote efficiency. So this is just a summary of a couple of the major standards that are quite popular in the world. 9,001, 14,001, which again is about environmental performance. And in that standard, if one were to comply, there's a requirement to look at your greenhouse gas emissions, your energy consumption, and to what extent you're embracing renewable energy, water usage, waste generation is key, especially given the limited landfill capacity that we have in our country and other countries as well. Pollution, environmental incidents, and also product life cycle. So if you're in manufacturing, it's not purely about pushing out a product, but how do you manage the entire life cycle of the product? And if you're in transport, environmental compliance in terms of emissions, in terms of moving to cleaner energy sources, etc. ISO 45001, it looks at occupational health and safety for protection of, I think, the most valuable assets, the human asset. So this standard looks at protection of human beings in the work environment and all the protocols needed to deliver on that. Interestingly, the local regulator, SAHPRA, South African Health Products Regulatory Agency, has made the new ISO medical device standard a prerequisite or a mandatory requirement for any company in the country that deals in medical devices. And that includes the transportation. We've recently audited DSV, and value logistics, because they transport medical devices, and if they don't do it in the right manner, that could result in a medical device going to a patient and not performing with the required efficacy, which will have an impact. So you'll see that there's more and more requirements like this coming in to promote sustainable practices in the various supply chains. This is one which the next few speakers will talk a lot about. And I know we're out of time a little bit, so I'll be quick now. Colleagues, we all often know what systems we need. The challenge we face is how do we integrate these systems into our businesses, and how do we do so in a sustainable, consistent manner? The crashes that I showed at the beginning, it's often one driver or one vehicle or one cause that can have a massively negative impact. So the structure and the systems needed are essential to mitigate these bad consequences from occurring. And this picture shows all the, well, not all, but some of the key areas that one needs to address. A lot of the times we come across companies, and I'm sure Florence, who's the convener of the SME Summit, will know, SME companies often feel inadequate in compliance and regulatory space. And this screenshot shows a company who has 2 trucks only. And this is how they, in a simple manner, have defined all the policies that they will adopt in managing those 2 trucks. So certainly, we know that the corporates often have good systems in place, but we need to get the population of compliant transport operators widened. And of course, the SMEs need to be brought into the loop so we can educate, train, empower them with information that will enable them to also comply with the requirements. Again, another example of the RTMS standard, but also required by other standards, is having vehicle servicing and maintenance, a structured program for that. I'll skip through these quite quickly because of time and because I think a number of these areas will be covered by the presenters coming up. Tire management, often we underestimate inflation pressure and how critical that is, and not just safety, but also on the fuel consumption. And I think Chris DeSax from Go Metro will show some innovative tools that they have developed to deliver on tire management. Pre-trip inspections. It's an absolutely rigorous exercise, but if it's not done, it again can cause catastrophic events. And we see it daily, right? Trucks with indicator lamps not working or brake lamps not working, these cause crashes. So this practice needs to be firmly entrenched in order to promote safety on the roads. Okay, that's pretty much me done. I just want to show a small video just summarizing the content of the RTMS standard. RTMS is the only standard in the country for commercial fleet operations that promote safety, compliance, and efficiency. And this little video will summarize the key aspects, after which Florence will then continue. Thank you.
RTMS is a national standard promoting safety, compliance, and efficiency in fleet operations. It promotes a framework in order to minimize crashes, ensure vehicle safety, promote safe driving behavior, and ultimately allow for an efficient supply chain, which is essential for economic growth and global competitiveness. Let's look at the 4 pillars of the RTMS standard. 1. Correct vehicle loading is essential, making sure that the mass and dimensions limits of the National Road Traffic Act are complied with. If a truck is overloaded, it not only damages our roads, but it is also a safety risk, as the vehicle braking and handling is compromised. Our roads are a national asset, so by preventing overloads, we preserve our roads and make them safer. So whatever you are loading, be it bulk or break bulk, make sure to load correctly and safely, taking care to distribute the load across all axles. The RTMS standard also requires safe load securement, so make sure that load is correctly and tightly secured to avoid dislodgement during transit. 2. Safety of vehicles. The second pillar of the RTMS is safety and safe operation of the vehicles. A structured preventative maintenance program is essential. This includes tire management and maintenance of the trailers. Of course, in addition to preventative maintenance, it is essential that pre-trip safety inspection is conducted daily. It is widely accepted that more than 80% of crashes are due to driver error, so managing driver behavior is a crucial requirement of the RTMS standard. One of the main causes of crashes is driving at unsafe speeds, so monitoring of driving speed is a key requirement of the RTMS. 3. Driver health and wellness. The third pillar of the standard is driver health and wellness, which requires that the drivers are assessed for fitness to drive. The standard also requires a fatigue management plan, including a driver duty roster, monitoring of duty hours and driving hours. It is critical that drivers get enough sleep to avoid falling asleep at the wheel. Another wellness requirement is the screening of drivers for possible intoxication, which we know prevents a severe risk impact. 4. Driver training. The fourth pillar of the RTMS standard is the requirement for a structured driver training program to be in place. The training program should focus on key criteria, including defensive driving techniques such as keeping a safe following distance, driving at a safe speed, avoid using a cell phone while driving, driver health and wellness. So, as can be seen, RTMS is all about managing risk and promoting safety in a fleet operation. The RTMS has been implemented by leading transport companies since 2006 and is widely accepted as the gold standard for fleet operators. RTMS, it's simply doing the right thing.
Thank you, Florence.
Thank you, Oliver. I like the last line. It's simply doing the right thing. Ladies and gentlemen, based on just what Oliver just shared with us, it is very clear that we have left the bus stop of still trying to persuade people about sustainability and also incorporating and integrating standards in your organization. If you still want to be persuaded by these things, we have left that bus stop. We are now in the bus stop of integrating these standards and making sure that they are part of your culture. We've also left that bus stop of persuading people about how collaboration is the new innovation. If you still want to be persuaded about collaboration, we've left that bus stop, ladies and gentlemen, and we are really on the next bus stop where we are making sure that we are partnering across industries with various different solutions to make sure that we are innovating for sustainable supply chain. Our next speaker, whom I already see on the screen, is Mr. Jonathan Mpake, who's the National Fleet Manager of SBV, and he's going to be speaking on optimizing logistics and fleet operation. To all my speakers, I'm going to ask you to please keep in time the same way that Oliver tried. Once you see my face on the screen, do know that time is up. And I would like to also reiterate what Harry said in the beginning regarding questions. I encourage everybody with questions just to drop them in the chat, and I'm sure the speakers will attend to it. And we'll try to make sure that all questions are answered, but drop your question in the chat group. Mr. Mpake, sir, the virtual stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Florence. Really appreciate the opportunity today to be presenting at this prestigious, extremely prestigious event today. And hopefully there will be value that is denoted from there. Just checking if everyone can see my screen.
Yes, we can. You can just go to slide view, please.
Oh, okay.
Here we go. Thank you. Perfect.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all the sponsors for the invitation. Thank you to Harry and his team, Florence, everyone involved. So I'll try to be as succinct as possible. The topic, as Flo has already mentioned, is about optimizing logistics in fleet operations. So what I really want to look at today is really how does fleet management impact the logistics operation? And I'll share what I've been involved with, the privilege of being involved with in the past, that has actually made it resonate in my mind. So as we begin, I want to begin with a bit of a story. And early in my life, when I started having a real job, the first day at Value Logistics, I was excited. It was something of an epiphany, something of an absolutely monumental breakthrough. The second day of having the real job, I went to work and used a bus. And as I was at the bus, inside the bus in Diesel Road, about to get off, my leg was in the sky. I was climbing off the bus. And as I did that, the driver decided to drive away, and I fell face first onto the ground and damaged some ligaments in my hand. Male pride and ego took over, and I simply dusted myself off and began to go ahead with my day, trying to ignore the pain. But you might ask yourself, what does this story have to do with optimization and fleet operations? The reality for me, that day was not something that was planned. There was actually a plan to get to work on time. There was a plan to enjoy my day, but there was a circumstance that came along the way that pushed me to the ground. And I had to make a decision to make sure that I stand up and rise again. And fleet operators, fleet owners, fleet managers have to make that decision to say, whatever obstacles are there, we will stand up, dust ourselves off, and continue. So let's begin. The imperative of optimization. So when we talk about optimization, what are we really talking about? We are talking about reducing operational costs. That is fundamental what we want to look at. But to do that, we need to understand properly what are those operational costs entail in great detail so that we can make data-driven decisions. The other imperative is improving customer satisfaction, or what's called customer centricity. And a lot of times we have KPIs that are internally focused that will denote other things of efficiency, and KPIs that are not really customer focused. But in today's world of the greater supply chain management and fleet management, the KPIs and the plethora of data that we have is to resonate, to make sure we understand our customers so that we can have customer loyalty. As I've said, is overarching in terms of supply chain efficiency. It is gaining that competitive edge and gaining that unique selling point that gives you the premise to see continuous improvement. From a fleet management perspective, what is the key things that we look at? We look at operational efficiency and productivity. We look at cost management. The biggest portion would be people and fuel management. And there's an element that Oliver has already touched on that will be touched on at a later stage about RTMS, and actually looking at regulatory compliance, that makes sure that there's a safety compliance, and looking at all of those elements and actually making sure that we not only chase what is good enough, but we seek excellence to make sure that we get our drivers home safe. It is about enabling real-time visibility of our assets and support, as I've said, data-driven decisions. Anyone here who's an expert, and all the people on the call are really experts in fleet management, will understand and know about cost per kilometer, and will understand and know about total cost of ownership. This is fundamental to have insights into this in order to understand what the fleet is doing, learn and glean from those outlier KPIs so that any sort of changes that need to be made are made to ensure business sustainability and making sure that the competitive edge, is kept in place. One of the fundamentals and things that I'm really fond of in fleet management is using the data that we have available. There's a lot of companies that have video telematics and advanced tracking telematics. And this provides, as I've said, a whole lot of plethora of data, from video telematics that have motor vehicle artificial intelligence, which speaks to the dash cameras having voice prompts to alert the drivers in terms of events and actually proactively manage and coach the drivers in real time so that we avoid motor vehicle crashes, and dovetailing to ensure that we also improve driving behavior. Telematics has far gone becoming just a dot on the screen. It is imperative and incumbent upon us as fleet managers to use this telematics data to understand not only where the vehicle is, but going back to the cents per kilometer and total cost of ownership mindset, it's understanding what is actually being done with our assets. What is actually done from a fuel consumption perspective, from a driver behavior perspective, from a vehicle maintenance perspective, that dovetails the mosaic of the total cost of ownership. And that enables us to look and put in mitigating aspects to ensure that we ensure our drivers get home safe, and also that we understand our fleet better. In this time, one of the things when I was introduced, my very first job at Value Logistics had a very fancy name, Track and Trace Executor. And what I did is understanding where the vehicles are, and actually from a customer centricity perspective, understanding what is the turnaround time in terms of where the vehicle is, how long must that vehicle deliver, and when I have to intervene, call the customer, call the driver, and actually make sure that I actually do follow the plan that was set the day before to ensure that it's executed properly so that I can do all of those things. And in terms of the fleet management, cost management perspective, telematics needs to be gleaned. Telematics needs to be used. Telematics needs to be understood. And there's a saying I always say, a pretty graph is tremendous, but what is it really saying to you? And from what I found in all my career, whether it was Dulux, Imperial, Unitrans, is that understanding what this data says made me understand, is the issue with the vehicle or is it with the driver? And from that premise, being able to put in the solutions that I needed to do. When I was at Easy Access, this is a company that deals with material handling, work at height solution machinery. They actually also run the Lindy forklift division. I had a particular conundrum. These machinery from a space dimension on the vehicles were quite large. Some weigh 10 tons, 6 tons, all of those things. And data enabled me when I arrived at Easy Access to make decisions that formed my fleet configuration and actually informed my choices of the vehicle that I needed. There was a great different types of fleets that were in the fleet at the time. And from that data, I could tell what is the average size, what is the space dimension that's needed, what is the geographical location, where is all my points of interest, where is everything that I need to understand in order to optimize the supply chain through fleet. As you can imagine, the product for Easy Access was not, when I was at Dulux, paint on code 1, code 3 chap pallets that I needed to deliver and never see again and return my pallets. This was the commodity, the product was actually the machinery. And the issue now became, first of all, I needed to understand the data, optimize, and actually configure my fleet in a manner in which it will be able to be used optimally for that particular application. With this machineries being off-hired, that simply means, unlike perishables or normative FMCG, if I deliver a machine and the customer is finished with that machine or has already expanded and done their project, I have to collect the machine. So the route optimization and actually looking at kilometers fuel also came into play. After I standardized my fleet into a fleet of 14-ton rollbacks and 30-ton low beds, I was able then to say, if I deliver 6 stops in this particular area, I have the ability to collect these other machineries that have been off-hired. The reason why I have to collect them is because if I leave the machinery that is off hire, that is not generating revenue for me, it's a potential loss. The other compliance regulatory perspective is I have to bring the machinery that's been used back into the depot and what we used to call make the machine green from a statutory regulatory compliance to make the machine safe again, to be hired out almost on an Avis type perspective to the next customer to generate the revenue. So the end-to-end supply chain needed to be understood and augmented by the fleet. Then we start with the route optimization. How do I plan my routes? How do I use route planning software if I'm at that level? Or how do I use even the telematics that I have? There's a lot of the sponsors that are classified as fleet information systems that aggregate all of this data. From a route optimization perspective, how do I chart stop number 1, number 2, number 3? How do I plan that? How do I see what is planned versus actual? And understanding the fuel consumption and the kilometers driven. The real-time tracking, it's not just about doing the plan, but doing the actual. And understanding all of this. How is the asset being driven? What is the preventative maintenance? I need to have a fleet configuration that says, I need to do preventative maintenance. I need to have vehicles to generate revenue. How do I bridge this? Plan that, and actually the next day make sure that happens. What is my delivery window? What is my KPIs as it relates to the drivers? Harsh braking, accelerating, speeding, that has an issue in terms of my CPK and total cost of ownership. And once I have this data in real time, how do I analyze it? How do I make sure the data comes back to me to make real decisions that will affect the fleet? The total synopsis of all of this from a business case perspective for easy access is we did all of this, and through all of this, we got a couple of good outcomes. One of the key measures that we measured is OTIF, on time delivered in full, and not just OTD, on time delivery. And we found that when I arrived with Carl Thorington and the team, the on time delivered in full for easy access was 70%. The other issue from a cost perspective before the fleet was optimized was that you are differentiating types of fleet. This type of fleet can go here and there. The problem is you have now a fleet that is old, that you have not implemented a proper replacement, replenishment cycle. What does that then mean to you? That now creates a problem where you have to hire vehicles that are specialized trucks that are not readily available, and you have vehicles who have downtime. Customer centricity goes out the window. So implementing this methodology of optimizing through the fleet augments the whole operation and ensures that you are able to generate the revenue that is required in order to make yourself number one in the industry that you operate in. For easy access, the outcomes of that is that we reduced the total kilometers that we were traveling. We got better vehicles. We managed to understand the DNA of our drivers, and where needed, we trained the drivers based on those KPIs so that we seek improvement. We did this whole plethora of interventions that led to us being able to actually win 2 Logistics Achiever Awards. One, in terms of taking a normative FMCG model, implementing it in machinery hire, and also reducing our kilometers, making sure that we don't emit carbon and actually follow through on our ESG goals. That was the cherry on the top that allowed us to create sustainability for an organization that did not have the same type of muscle like our competitors. And this brings me to a thing that I'm really fond of. Customer centricity in logistics, and we all know the case studies for Amazon. I used to be the supply chain manager for Takealot, and one of the things that we did is we wanted to exceed expectation through understanding the different segments of our supply chain. in order to deliver the promise that we make to our customers. We had to understand warehousing. We had to understand distribution. We understand on-time delivery. We had to understand every single thing and facet and glean from that information in order for us to service our customers correctly. At Takealot, we began to do something that was not expected in South Africa. We began to tell our customers our ETAs. We began to do sign-on class. We began to do 10x10 navigation. And while we were not the pioneers of it, we used it in a manner in which made our customers happy. We would actually under-promise and over-deliver. And that has created this organization that is now studied a lot in terms of how did they do all of these things that they're doing that helped them to be the best. And just like at Easy Access, on-time deliveries became a great thing. Understanding where the supply chain is from inception, from it being the warehouse and actually being delivered, created customer satisfaction and centricity and improved responsiveness from our customers. That enabled us to scale and that enabled us to really grow as an organization. All of this methodology I'm talking about is really expanded in what some people would call a TMS or transport management solution. Now, the issue with TMS is proponents of it sometimes will say TMS is a software. And having done quite a few TMS projects, or what could be even seen and dovetailed as a supply chain control tower, the software and everything that is there does not work unless we as operators use it. Unless as we make sure that everything that goes in is correct, so that when we have centralized planning and centralized execution, we now glean the proper benefits of the software. Yesterday, I was presenting at a forum of business owners, and it was interesting to me when a lot of them who own 10, 15, 100 trucks were saying to me that we are not fully aware of what is given to us in these different packages. And I said to them, it is incumbent between us and the service providers and actually making that distinction that you don't have a service provider, but a business partner that you walk the journey with to be able to make sure you use this technology. So again, from an easy access perspective, we implemented TMS. We implemented a control tower. That meant that we centrally planned all our deliveries. We then follow through with execution. There were processes that were automated. We had end-to-end visibility and gave insights to our customers. And we were able to ensure that as we deliver, we also have the financed part of it to make sure that we can say with absolute conviction that we've delivered on the promise. Having that end-to-end visibility, again, is not a dot on the screen. It is not fancy like this gentleman sitting there with fancy graphs. Is what do you do with it? Interesting story. When I was at one of the companies when I was working for Unitrons, I began to see a trend in the data. There was a particular customer that used to order very minimum small quantities, but always was complaining. In the data stream, I began to see the type of products, packages, everything that this customer would order. And armed with all of the data in terms of turnaround time and everything of the sort, I engaged Norman. And as I engaged Norman, backed by this data, Norman, when I come in this bucket, I'm able to deliver. But if I come here, I'm not able to deliver. Norman, it seems you need this product, but you're ordering it sporadically. You're ordering it in this way. What can I do to make sure I service you properly? I began to formulate.
Just note the time, please. Just note the time.
Yes, Harry.
Okay, 100%. So I think I'll skip through quite a lot of the stuff. One of the things that we do is in the people process technology perspective is understanding that while we have technology, we are dealing with people. The people need to understand the process. They need to understand why are we using this technology? What is the technology? How does it help us? Is it just a buzzword? or is something that's going to make sure that we improve what we're doing? So I'll skip through this and actually go to the conclusion. So what is the premise of what I'm saying? TMS is not the software. Fleet management is not just a fleet management integrated software. It is having a holistic, unified vision to say, as a people, we have a common vision. We know what the process is to achieve that common vision. And we know that these technologies will augment us to achieve those common vision. And also, these providers of the technology are business partners, not service providers. And when we do that, that's when we achieve fleet excellence that optimize the logistics. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Thank you very much, Jonathan, for that. And I know you're a very detailed individual and you like to make sure that your audience members, grasp the concept and also so that they can get the right information for them to go execute and optimize their operation. I thank you for your presentation. You really covered all the 5 elements around optimization, around defining the problem, the outcome, measuring it, analyzing the data, improving your, what needs to be improved, and most importantly, control so that you get the outcomes that you, as an operation, desire, which is what you said in the beginning, it's reducing costs. Thank you for that. Can we please give Jonathan a round of applause? We will make sure that all the speakers get to really share what they need to share and the insight that they need to, that they have prepared really to give to the audience. I am aware that we are running slightly late, but ladies and gentlemen, I will land this plane at the right time, and I will not want to rush some of the speakers. I'm going to again ask the speakers that when you pull up your presentation, just make sure that you can see some of our faces at the top, because 5 minutes before I want you to finish, I'm going to open my camera so that you see my face and you know that you've got 5 minutes left. Moving right along, we're going to go to Mr. Museta from the General Manager Fleet from OneLogix VDS, and he's going to speak about the framework of success, embracing innovation in delivering efficient solutions. So, Abakwe, you're on. I can't see you. I'm looking for you. I'm waiting for you. I know you're in the room. Oh, there you are. There you are. There you are. The virtual stage is yours. Make sure that when you do your presentation, you do not just leave your picture and the slide. Make sure that you can see some of our faces so that 5 minutes before I would want you to wrap up, you can see my face and you know that you've got 5 minutes left. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Florence. Just let me know if you can see my screen, my presentation.
Yes, I can. And it's interesting slides.
Very, very colorful.
Yes, very, very OneLogix. We see a lot of red and a lot of blue.
Just try again for
Thank
slide
you.
view. Just try again for
Okay.
slide view.
Okay, it went to the other screen. Let me just do this. I'll just have to use one screen.
I understand the nerves. You'll be just right. There we go.
By the way, you gave us a nice training yesterday with this technology thing, but some of us, we need to go back to class, right? Thank you so much, Florence, and good morning to everyone. And thank you so much, Harry, from the Transport Forum, and also Oliver from JC Auditors for the invite. My name is Abakwe, and I'm from One Logics VDS, and I will share some of our journey, some of our experience, some of the challenges that we have, and the advantage of coming up with some innovative ideas and taking advantage of the technology. And I hope it will really inspire and also give some of the transporters out there some ideas how to go about their businesses. So my name is Sabakwe, as I said earlier on, and currently a general manager at One Logics VDS. And I always like to share my story, but I'll be brief due to time. I was recruited at One Logics as one of the learner drivers. I never had a code 40, and then I started a program at One Logics VDS, and I ended up being a truck driver, and I drove as far as the DRC, and what an experience seeing Africa, seeing all the roads, how bad they look like. Sometimes we complain about South African roads, but I say you must just wait until you go outside South Africa, then you'll be able to see and appreciate what you have. It is not that good, but you will learn to appreciate what you have in South Africa. So my experience has been that currently, as I said, I'm the general manager now, but with the experience of truck driving, being a driver, being out there, seeing all the challenges that are out there, some of the experiences that one cannot stand, being on the road for long, fatigue related accidents on the road, some of the causes of these accidents. So I've been there, I've done that, not accident though. So some of the content that I'll be sharing today, I'll just take you through the journey of our One Logics VDS and some of the programs that we have, some of the technologies that we took advantage of, and also share a little bit of the RTMS, how it helped us also to get where we are currently, where we really appreciated some of the achievement that we have achieved so far. But let me just share on the this iceberg of Mr. Ernest, it gives a summary of some of the things that we usually don't see, or the symptoms that we focus on, but not really looking at what are the causes of these problems that we are having. You can see every day we're talking about accidents. I think earlier on, Oliver always emphasizes and informs us of the stats in South Africa, some of the accidents that are taking place on the entry, the breakdown, the financial loss. We see businesses closing, especially in transport, especially after COVID. We had a lot of businesses closing down, increase of unemployment, because the more you have accident breakdowns, you're definitely going to lose clients, and that will result in financial loss for some of the companies that are out there. But most of the causes in this whole thing, especially in road transport, it will be, lack of training in our drivers, the driver attitude, the driver behavior, drivers that are not skilled. We have seen some of the accidents when we receive the report that the driver, you'll find out that he killed so many people, and that particular driver just received his license yesterday. There was no much investment in training. So those are some of the things that we lack as transporters, and I would really like to emphasize on training, maintenance of our vehicles. Some of the status, if Patrick was here, he will also give us a lot of pictures of some of the trucks when they inspect on the entry the status of those trucks, how they look like, how they don't comply with what is required to be on the road. And also something that is very important, also the workplace environment, creating that a belonging for our drivers or for our employees is also important. I think we need to look past the symptoms to identify the root cause.
I think we have lost Abakwe there. Shall we give him a minute or so for him to get back?
Yes, let's give him a few seconds to join again.
Jonathan, everybody was pretty impressed by his presentation. I do believe that the presentations are going to be made available for everybody in attendance. And so you will get that presentation. And I also do know that Harry is going to upload this recording. I think it will be available on YouTube, correct, Harry?
Correct.
So people will be able to rewatch it. And if there's certain things that you're finding that you're losing some information, you can still go back and rewatch the presentations, and you're also going to get the presentations via email. I already see there is conversations in the chat. There was one between, I think, Oliver and another colleague around how do we get this information to the rural areas. It's very, very important that we make sure that such information is disseminated, it's distributed across the country, and most importantly, that people do understand how to apply these standards and integrate them in their business. I will keep on giving Abakwe another like 2 minutes. Things like this do happen. We live in South Africa, and internet sometimes can just be internet. As much as we want to embrace technology, it oftentimes can just dribble you. I will take the opportunity as we wait for him also to just speak briefly about the Road Freight SME Summit. Oliver had wanted me to talk about it towards the end, and I said to him, no, I will keep on slotting it throughout the program. So the Road Freight SME Summit, it is Mr. Abakwe is back. So let me admit him, and I will talk about it a bit later. Let's just give him time to find his bearing. Are you there? I'm going to give him some time to find his bearing to make sure that he brings up his presentation again. There we are. Yes, we can.
I lost connection there. I don't know what really
We
happened.
are in South Africa. No, it's normal.
Okay, that's cool.
Yes,
you can you still see my presentation too?
No, we don't. Just make sure
cool.
just try to reshare it.
Okay, cool. Sorry about that.
Great. No, you don't need to be sorry.
That's how we have you, Florence, here, to keep us calm. Okay, no, let me just continue. Sorry about that. So I think let me just focus on point number 3. We tend to focus on who is responsible and not why it has happened. This accident, the traffic officers will approach the driver, give a fine to a driver, punish the driver, and we don't investigate deeper what are the causes of these accidents that are happening in our South African roads and what are the challenges that we are facing as transporters. I think the most important thing we need to invest so much into investigating, checking why all these things are happening, why transporters are not taking care of their transport of their vehicles, why they are not investing so much into their drivers. We need to investigate further. And as one logic, that's one of the things that we really took hard on, and we said, you know what, we're gonna definitely work on it and make sure that we implement some few innovative ideas that will work for the business, so that we can see that we're losing quite a lot of money, especially in accident. You'll see later on, I will share on some of the accident that we used to have until we implemented some of the idea that we had to better our business and make sure that we contribute to the economy of South Africa. Just skip this. So in One Logics VDS, we are responsible for 268 car carrier vehicles, and then we've got a driver complement of 320 per annum module, an average of 55,000. And that will be for the manifest and average kilometers per annum, 35 million. So these are some of the challenges that I just want us to discuss. Also, we had a challenge of application of permits, driver behavior, speeds. Our drivers used to drive at a certain speed that was not actually complying to the Road Traffic Act. And we also had damages, breakdowns, service overruns, accurate of maintenance records. You will lose documents like, one would not even understand where the documents are. I think some of those challenges Oliver knows about it. I remember in 2012 when he came through to audit us, it was just a mess. We didn't know what to do. We tried to hide things, and unfortunately, we saw that we're not winning here. We just had to comply because we were losing quite a lot of money also. What is very important, I think, what we need to talk about today, it is the innovative idea that we have in the transport. So some of the things that we have implemented, or that we saw it was an issue for us, is making sure that our drivers take care of the vehicles. As much as our drivers look after our vehicles, also our workshop, our maintenance, every single person within the business, make sure that they look after the vehicles and make sure that they do what they need to do, what they're expected to do with regard to maintaining our vehicles. So some of these things that we've implemented, we've got digital a pre-trip inspection whereby the drivers can do their defects, report their defects through the scanner, which will automatically report to the workshop if there are any critical items that need to be attended to. And then if any vehicle is not in a good condition to continue with the trip, we'll definitely block that, and only the workshop manager will authorize that vehicle to continue with the trip. And without that being sorted out, nobody can actually continue with that trip. So even the record keeping, we can immediately keep the records within the business at any given time when any document is requested that is related to the vehicle can also be identified within our system, within the records that are online. The load dimensions before our vehicles, I think you can see the picture that is just low there. Some of the challenge that we had in the past is that we will have drivers leaving the depot whereby they did not check their height, they didn't check their overhangs, and when they get aside, imagine, I always make a joke to say, imagine it's your Porsche that is getting damaged there. You won't be a happy client at all. So for us, it is very critical that our clients remain happy, our customers remain happy, and to give a good service. I'm just running through, my apologies there. Most important thing is making sure that even the drivers that are on the truck, they are well taken care, because we have seen so many accidents. And as we may know, I think Safe Truck Stops is also here for, they will maybe in later on talk about it, because our drivers at the truck stops, the food that they eat is not actually healthy, most of them. And most of our truck drivers are suffering from diabetic, they are suffering from high blood pressure. So there are no enough wellness programs that are taking place. So we've taken an initiative that every 6 months with our drivers, we sort of close down the business whereby we attend to our drivers. Even tomorrow, we've got a sort of a shutdown where we will be attending to our drivers, where we take them through the wellness and then making sure that their medicals are being checked. We talk to them, we do even counseling for them. Those who want to open up and talk about certain things, we get professional just to make sure that we talk to our drivers. Those are the programs that some of the pillars that we have identified that we deal with our drivers. Accident, fatigue, driving hours, following distance, and all that. That will be road safety, the health, and the psychological part. Driver performance, I think everything, whatever that you do, you need to be able to measure if you are getting any results from it. And some of the things that we are busy measuring, the diesel consumption, damages and the traffic violation, the risky driving behavior. Some of the drive cam I'm going to play shortly. I'm going to play some of the drive cam shortly just to show some of the things that our drivers do on the road. Training is very important. I spoke earlier on about training. And this is a program that we are doing within One Logics. Every year, we take quite a few young men. Within One Logics, we take also ladies and put them through a training, a proper 12 months training. And then after that, most of them are getting employed. We invest in them. We make sure that they are well trained so that when we put them out there, because I've seen this program working as I am a result of this program. In 2006, I went through this program and I started driving, and I was a better driver after I went through this program. So hence, I'm investing so much into this program. So these are some of the clips that we are using. I don't know if everybody can see the video clip. So these are some of the incidents that you can see. This person is overtaking in a very solid line. Even this past weekend, I had a very bad accident on the N3, on the N2, whereby somebody also overtook in a very solid line. And these are some of the challenges that our drivers are facing on a daily basis. And unfortunately, when somebody arrives at the scene, the first person that they will blame is the truck driver. So with the instrument that we have, the drive cam, the dashboard cam that we have within the trucks, we are able to identify who was actually at fault. But some of the things that, because you can't show just the good and leave the bad out. Look at some of our drivers that are on the road, and what they used to do. People is cooking and he's riding on the other side. So you can see drinking water, using a gas box. These are the dangerous acts that the drivers are doing. And when you come to the scene, you find an accident, you don't know exactly what will it for. Let me just run quickly. There's the driver is on the cell phone, and it's just one leg is out, not even focusing. So those are some of the things that we are really focusing on. Let me just play this one. I played it last. Look at this scenario now. Look at this backer. It's not going to stop at the stop sign. It goes straight. So these are some of the challenges that our drivers go through on a daily basis. But let me just go to the achievement quickly. I can see Florence is on my case now. Okay. This is what I really wanted to show. Look at in 2016, just prior to 2016, some of the accidents that we will have, 126 accidents, and look how we have dropped in implementing some of the systems that we had within One Logics. And we'll look where we are in 2024 financial year. At 2 incidents from 126. So this is the results that every single business person will definitely be happy to look. And we've managed to decrease our speed fuel consumption, our breakdown, and the maintenance cost. We've managed to actually bring it to the level where we really...
All occurrences are logged in real time and can be monitored by the fleet controller. The onboard instructor's voice commands can be customized as per client requirements.
Attention, dangerous curve, speed limit of 10 kilometers per hour.
You and your drivers can feel confident in knowing the onboard instructor.
Attention, industrial zone, speed limit of 5 kilometers per hour.
Will get your drivers and your cargo to their destination on time. And more importantly, safely. Once their journey is done, the user simply ends their session and logs out. The Michelin Connected Fleet onboard instructor is ready.
Thank you so much, Florence. That is all from my side.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I saw towards the end when you saw my face, we're just now moving, you know, through the through the slides. But I do believe that, you know, what you're sharing off, and this very, very important topic within this conversation around drivers and how you've moved from 126 accidents to 2 accidents. It's one that needs to really be delved in. There are things that you mentioned around the app that you use, the technology that you have adopted. And I'm sitting and I'm thinking that if I do not have the budget that OneLogix has as a transporter, if I'm not as big as you are, what can I do innovatively in-house to make sure that as a small and medium enterprise, you know, I also can reduce my accidents and I can also invest and train my drivers. And I really want to put it out there that I think we need a totally dedicated session where you do not necessarily, you know, just speak at a macro level, but we really drill it down to the micro levels of what another player that does not have the resources or the budget that you might have, even the time that you might have, you know, to just find what are the other ways for them to get into their operations and to make sure that they're investing and training their drivers, because what then it leads to, not only does it lead to the benefit of the organization as where you are in OneLogix, but it also speaks to, you know, road safety as a whole, and us also educating, you know, drivers across the board. So thank you very much. And I believe your experience, Abakwe, as a driver yourself, has really contributed in the work that you're doing for your organization. Congratulations. And we're going to move right along. Clearly, you can tell I'm very passionate about drivers and making sure that smaller and medium enterprises get the opportunity to also invest in their drivers at a minimum budget that they have. So we'll move right along to Mr. Luke, the compliance manager of Algae Transport, and he's going to be speaking about how RTMS is driving innovations in the transport industry, how RTMS is driving innovation in the transport industry. I believe they're going to also speak as to, you know, their experience about being RTMS compliant. Are you there, Luke?
Yes, I'm there.
There you
Thank
are.
you, Florence.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. The virtual stage is yours. Remember, make sure that you can see my screen so that when I put up my camera and you see my pink lipstick, you know time is up.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. First off, I'm Luke Mukorera, a corporate governance professional and a compliance manager at JC Transport. Before I start my presentation, I just want to give special recognition to JC Auditors and Transport Forum for making this event a success. Transport Laoji is a company that is registered in South Africa with offices in Machado and also in Mozambique with offices around Mozambique. And this is one of our tippers depot, which is in Matola, Mozambique. And we are running most of the corridors around Southern Africa as shown by this map. So for those who are seeing us for the first time, let me just play a small video, then I proceed from there. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for watching. So this is a bit of what we do at Lauji Transport. So back to my title, how RTMS is driving innovations in the transport industry. For, let's say you are a transport operator and you want to be RTMS accredited and probably run PBS trucks. There are set of requirements that you need to set up. There are systems that you need to set up for you to be RTMS accredited. In a bid to set up those systems, you are going to see something. But after you see that something, I liked a statement that Florence said, you are going to see that everyone is seeing, but you are going to react differently. So the idea is you want to meet the requirements. When you try to set up what is required, you are going to end up seeing something and explore what is really happening in the transport industry. So I chose a bit of some areas that I need to use to explain my point on how RTMS is driving innovations. The first one is that for you to run PBS trucks or to be RTMS accredited, you are not required to use a predetermined combination or design. You can negotiate with your supplier, then and so hello.
Yes, we can hear you, Luke.
Okay,
Continue.
thank you. I thought I lost you. Okay, thank you. So my idea now is, if you can check with those countries like Australia who implemented PBS before us, they are using high capacity trucks. They move tons that each and every transporter would like to move, especially nowadays. Most of the corridors, there are a lot of delays due to a lot of traffic. So one will think of using high capacity trucks so that you can move large tonnage at once. So now, for you to do that, you can only run these high capacity trucks when you are RTMS accredited and also you are running PBS. There are additional rules that one needs there are additional setups that one needs to do after being RTMS accredited. So given that you cannot run high capacity trucks without RTMS, it shows that it's going to give us transporters an opportunity to explore what is happening on the other side of the world. Then this is what I was saying, if you can see here on concept design. Before you can talk of manufacturing a combination that you want with your supplier, you have a chance to reduce it to a drawing, then it has to be approved. For it to be approved, it has to pass the performance, the best standards. It can be a high volume vehicle, but as soon as it can meet the standards, then you are good to go. So in other words, this is giving us operators an opportunity to use high volume vehicles, high capacity vehicles, which will help us to move a tonnage that we want, given delays that we are experiencing along the ports, borders, and the like. Then the other thing that I want to share is of weight management. It is another requirement for you to manage your weight. This weight management goes beyond the weigh bridges that we have along the highways. You need to manage your weight per axle. And if you start doing that, you are going to find out that it comes with a lot of benefits. One of the benefits is that it's going to improve your load efficiency, and it also controls against theft. On load efficiency, normally if you have a good weight management system, it comes with an in-cab screen. In other words, this in-cab screen will be inside such that the driver will be able to monitor the progress of loading. The driver can coordinate with the loader. So in other words, you will be able to reduce costs related to overloading, that is damages to the equipment due to overloading. You also reduce traffic fines that comes with overloading. Then a transporter may try to avoid damaging equipment or reduce overloading fines, but you will find yourself loading way below the capacity. Let me give you an example. Let's say your truck has a capacity of 50 tons. Then without this system, you will find it difficult for you to load until 49.5, closer to your full capacity. One may end up loading 47 tons, which is 3 tons below your full capacity, and you will lose revenue from that. Then one might also avoid fines due to poor load distribution. Normally from these weigh bridges that we have, you might receive a fine not because your overall tonnage is above your capacity, but your distribution is poor. That is, one of the axle has been overloaded and one has been underloaded. Then the other thing that we might benefit from using this weight management system is that it gives you a platform to download reports. One of the reports is for the fluctuations of the weight along the trip. For example, this that I have here, the truck loaded. After the truck loaded, the truck moved from the loading point to the offloading point. So the fluctuations should show you that there's nothing that happened during the way. If there is a sudden dip of your weight, it calls for an investigation. So in other words, it was just a requirement that RTMS needed you to install or to set up a weight management system. But from there, you end up seeing a lot of benefits that will help you improve, reduce theft, and other benefits that I'm not going to mention now because of maybe time. Then the other thing that you need to control for you to be RTMS accredited is the issue of speed control. Normally, if you think of speed control, one will rush to think about 80 kilometers per hour. If your driver is exceeding 80 kilometers per hour, you need to take action. This now goes beyond just having 80 kilometers per hour. You need to control your speed, given that on the road sections, let's say there are road works, there is an accident, that you need to set up your telematic system to control your speed according to the road section. You may achieve this by doing frequent road risk assessments so that you know that, okay, N4, where exactly around where there are road works, then you adjust your telematics so that it can send you some notifications that no, your driver was exceeding speed. Like, for example, this is the port of Maputo. where the maximum speed expected is 20 kilometers per hour. The driver was driving at 28 kilometers per hour, which is already more than the expected speed of 20 kilometers per hour. So this will allow you, this will equip you to control, to make sure that the drivers are observing all the speed limits along the way from the loading point until the offloading point. This will also help, let's say the driver is back, you need to give a briefing to the driver. If the driver knows that, oh, yeah, everything that I do, if I speed, it's known. I'm not talking about 80% or above 80 kilometers per hour or above. I'm talking of 28 kilometers per hour, 30 kilometers per hour. It might be over speeding depending on the road section that the driver is passing. Then from there, we can also talk of fatigue management. Fatigue management is something that cannot be overemphasized. It goes beyond just talking about the calendar of your driver that, okay, this month you are going to work 20 of the 30 days available. It goes beyond that. It also includes continuous driving. Like, for example, you have to set limits on the hours that your driver will drive. You don't expect your driver to continuously drive for 4 to 5 hours. You need to set some limitations there so that the driver will not lose his or her focus. Besides using time to control, you might also use hours. You might also use kilometers. Like, for example, you might not expect your driver to drive more than 300 kilometers without resting. This rest will not waste your time because it's a short break of about 5 to 15 minutes. Then during this time, your driver normally is expected to move out of the track. You go around your track, stretching a bit. This will help your driver to see if everything is okay. Maybe check your tires. You go back into your track, you stretch, you regain your focus, and this will go a long way in as far as safety is concerned. You might be surprised that, like, for example, our drivers are expected to sleep or rest until 4 o'clock in the morning. But let me play this video. You are going to see something from there. This was 53 minutes from 4 o'clock, which means the driver was driving only for 53 minutes, but the driver is already sleeping. However, the driver will receive a beep and the event notification is also sent to the control room, to the fleet manager, and the driver is conducted. So it's like you can set your hours for the drivers to rest, but you cannot guarantee that during the 8 hours that I'm giving to my drivers to rest, are they sleeping? But at least if they are not sleeping, you are going to receive a notification that, no, this driver is sleeping. And you do briefing with the driver. And if the driver finds out that this is going to be waiting for me at the depot, the driver do whatever they do carefully. After that, sorry?
I'm saying I'm here. I don't know whether you could have seen my face.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, fine. I'm almost there. Fine.
You just have, I'm just going to give you 2 more minutes.
Okay, thank you. Then there's another thing that we cannot overemphasize, the issue of driver health and wellness. At LG, we made an initiative to make sure that we have facilities inside our premises so that drivers will periodically go there for checkups. We have issues and the drivers can be sent periodically, or if the driver feels that is not okay, the driver will be free to visit it at any time. Then from there, there are other requirements that are not yet a requirement as it stands. If you check the version 34 of the RTMS standard, you will see that they are promising that in future, maybe we are going to make this a requirement: rollover prevention, adaptive cruise control, lane departure warning, drive fatigue warning devices. So as a transporter, you find out that what you are required to do is not a limit. It's only a minimum requirement. You can go beyond. You can explore further. It's RTMS driving innovation in the transport industry. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Luke, for that. I think what you have done is to make sure that in your presentation, you cover all those elements that RTMS speaks to. And like I mentioned earlier, ladies and gentlemen, all the presentations are going to be made available to everybody that is attending. And also this particular session is going to be again uploaded on YouTube. So you're going to have, you can revisit the presentations. Luke, you are indeed an ambassador of RTMS, and it's always so good to see that it's actually being, you know, adopted by other companies that are outside South Africa. You are in Mozambique. That's very encouraging indeed. We're going to move to our next speaker, our last speaker, before we go into break for a coffee break, which I'm going to cut short so that I park this truck at 2 o'clock and we are delivering on time. So that's going to be what I'm going to try to do, that will be efficient and we park this truck right on time. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, it is Anna, who's the CEO of Mamoja Trading and Projects, and she's going to talk about, obviously, the Mamoja journey. I know she's a great ambassador of RTMS, and also she is a sponsor. Her business is a sponsor to the Road Freight SME Summit. She has been on this journey with us from its inception. Anna, I need to see you on my screen. There you are. Please put up your presentation, and you have 15 minutes. I'm sure you can, you know, make sure that you highlight what is important in your presentation within 15 minutes. Thank you, ma'am. The virtual stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Florence, esteemed guests.
Just make sure your presentation is on, your slides on presentation mode.
Okay, ma'am. Are we good?
Yes, you're great.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Esteemed guests, JC Auditors and Transport Forum, thank you for organizing this prestigious event. As it has been mentioned, my name is Anna Manugu, and I'm the founder of Mamoja Trading and Projects, a transport company based in Rustenburg, in a small village called Marikana. Unfortunately, because I've been given 15 minutes and we wanna push to efficiently park this truck on time, I'll skip our company video. I think most of you have seen me before and know who Mamoja is. So we'll just immediately jump into this journey and continue with today's presentation on how, you know, we moved from grassroots to green grass. Those of you who know me, I grew up in the villages around Rustenburg, and studying a transport industry in these areas with our background is not an easy thing. I'm not going to dwell much on what RTMS does, as the previous speakers have emphasized on that, but I'm going to speak mostly from the SME side point of view as to what RTMS entails. The first picture that I've just shared with you over there is just to break the ice, to just ask as to how many people today came across this kind of a situation, and it has been deemed normal in South Africa. I remember the previous week on Saturday, I came across just around R512, a similar vehicle pulling this kind of a road, and it had just overturned. And driving down the road, there were traffic officers, which I asked myself, how did the vehicle go past them with such an unsafe load? So I always say that in South Africa, we're slowly but surely moving to the behavior of making abnormal things normal. And hence the statement below that says people often don't know what they don't know, and it inadvertently cut corners. Many times when people start loading these kind of loads, they for them the only thing that registers is that I need to push a maximum payload. So I'm gonna go straight to the benefits of RTMS certification. According to my experience, my first certification was in 2022. We are on our second cycle this year. So from my experience, since being certified, this has boosted my company in terms of credibility and trust when coming to our clients. When you're RTMS certified, obviously it signals to clients that you have the best practices in place. You're gonna be able to give them proper services, quality services. They can trust you with their cargo as well as their commodities that they need to move. And one thing that I've also realized is that it gives you a competitive advantage. It sets you aside. A day ago, I was attending an event at the Gallagher Estate, and there were different companies there, corporate companies, and we were selling ourselves. And you'd see how you get a different audience the minute you mention that you are a logistic company and you're RTMS certified, and you're an SMME. So it gives that competitive advantage, because then it gives that client the leverage to focus on his core business, knowing that he's got a reliable supplier that's going to safely deliver without any issues there, giving him leverage to focus on his or her core business. And improve processes and efficiency. Once you have RTMS, as we all know, one needs to have processes in place, that clearly stipulates what is it that is expected for you as a transporter, for your staff, each and everyone that you have employed. Do they know what they're supposed to do? Do they know how it's supposed to be done? Has it been written somewhere? Has it been authorized? So this, I always say, I'm one person who always likes to sleep nicely at night to preserve my looks. And because of these processes, I sleep daily without having to take grandpa, because I know I've got proper systems in place, and my employees always know of them. So that
Anna, if I may suggest that you switch off your camera, I think it could be a bandwidth problem on your side. Can you hear me? I think we're going to give Anna a minute or two for her just to hear me. I think it's a bandwidth problem. If she can just switch off her camera.
Which you need to mention that it says Florence?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I think just keep your camera off. We can see your slides. You might be having a bandwidth problem, and therefore we're losing you.
Okay. Okay, I'll continue with point number 4 with which is increased market opportunities. These days, as much as RTMS is a voluntary certification that one needs to obtain, it's not, you're not forced to have RTMS. But one of the best decisions that we have made as the business was to be part of the RTMS community, because whether we like it or not, many clients these days, are in the RTMS fight. So it market opportunities, it comes as a that are also benefit, as you have seen, employee previous speakers
Anna, can you hear me?
Well,
Anna, can you hear me?
To take their medication, sure that yes.
Okay, so I think there's a challenge on your side with connectivity, and I want you to finish your presentation. But what I'm going to suggest that we do is to break for 10 minutes, and when we come back after maybe you have reconnected, and perhaps also have, moved location a bit because of connectivity, we're then going to start with you so that you finish your presentation, and then we move to the next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, are you all in agreement with that? I think it's only the right thing that we give her the time to also just make sure that her connectivity is right and she can complete her presentation while we take a 10-minute break. It's virtual. I'm sure you've been sitting there, sipping your coffee, answering emails here and there, having, therefore, I can just ask us to break for 10 minutes. Harry, is that, and we will be back at 11:30, and we will then, or 11:35 perhaps. And then we would give, Anna the opportunity just to wrap up her presentation, and then we continue. So shall we be back in the next,
already made.
It's 11:21. I'll say, yeah, run about 11, exactly at 11:35, I'm going to start. And we're going to give Anna another extra 5 minutes for her to just conclude her presentation. Let us break for coffee and we'll be back.
Thank you, Anna. Florence, we shall put up a timer for our break, and I'm just going to play the engineering news wrap-up video for the guys who want to have a look at that, and I'll put up a timer for us. Thanks, Florence.
Hello and welcome to this week's edition of the Engineering News and Mining Weekly magazine, published on Friday, 13 September 2024. In this week's cover article, Engineering News and Mining Weekly Senior Deputy Editor Martin Zuakinyu writes that new impetus is needed if South Africa is to begin meeting its R&D investment goals. In the drive for economic advancement and global competitiveness, innovation stands as a pivotal force, with the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development highlighting that a modest single percentage point increase in research and development spend can potentially elevate economic growth by about 0.13%. The engineering news features focus on aerospace, where Africa's largest aerospace and defense exhibition is set to showcase the latest industry innovations. Municipal infrastructure and services, where an agency refines its project implementation processes. And the South African Institute of Welding, which is set to open a nuclear school of excellence. The Mining Weekly features focus on pumps, where a solutions provider delivers dependable dewatering solutions for open-pit mines. Exploration, where a developer bolsters exploration for growth. And a preview of Mine Expo International, where the event is set to showcase innovation, workforce development, and industry collaboration. This week's business leader is Christopher Patterson, the MD of Associated Energy Services. And as this week's cartoon shows, extortion rackets are in the news, but construction sites have for too long been especially vulnerable to so-called business forums, which greedily distort localization policies. We hope you enjoy this week's edition of Creamer Media's Engineering News and Mining Weekly. Be sure to subscribe to the magazine that offers you in-depth news about developments in the real economy by emailing subscriptions@engineeringnews.co.za. Happy reading and see you next time.
Kan hy sien?
Welcome back, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Please give me a thumbs up, somebody, so that I can see I've got everybody's attention as we are about to start back with Anna for the last part of her presentation, and we can just move. Paul, thank you. Jonathan, thank you. Anna already has a presentation up there. Great. Thank you very much, Ndaba. All right, one more minute, and then we can start. We've taken a break. The driver has taken a break. As Abakwe was teaching us that drivers needed to take a break. So the driver has taken a break, and so that fatigue does not settle in. And we are about to start the track again. Also, I just wanted to mention, in between, I'll be doing Road Freight SME Summit adverts. So the Road Freight SME Summit also has a podcast called On the Road. So you will see in the chat group, I'm busy posting everything around the Road Freight SME Summit and also the podcast. And I really encourage each and everyone that is in our midst that has as a trucker, and you've got trucks between, a fleet of 5 to 20, or even 30 for that matter, to look into the Road Freight SME Summit. It is a conference tailored for you. The podcast is also a podcast tailored for all the entrepreneurs in the Road Freight SME Summit. We have profiled close to 7 SMEs thus far in the space, and we are about creating content for SMEs in the road freight industry. So I encourage you, if you're a small and medium enterprise, that you visit our website. You can even contact me. I'm going to leave my email address and my cell phone number. I'm great on WhatsApp. If you are interested in attending, and if you are a fleet manager or you work with subbies, I really encourage you also to share the news with your subcontractors, because this conference, it's a platform for small and medium enterprises where we talk around challenges and solutions for how to grow small and medium transport companies in road freight. Anna, you are back. It's 11:35. I'm going to give it to you. Anna, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, please, ma'am.
Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Loud and clear, very clear. Please continue with your presentation and land.
Apologies once more for that technical error. As I've just mentioned, I'm from Rustenburg, and Rustenburg is the Bundus. As we continue, employee motivation, as you've been mentioning, drivers need to rest, drivers need to be taken care of, and also acknowledging the good work that they do when they've driven your asset nicely, no harsh breaks and all those. We do our KPIs on a monthly basis. And then each and every month, we choose the best driver for the month, and they get a token of appreciation. This motivates them to properly take care of your assets, properly drive out there, safely drive out there, minimizing incidents and accidents that might potentially occur. And the last one would be customer satisfaction. I mean, after mentioning everything I've mentioned, the only thing that you can get is a satisfied customer that would continue to want to do business with you. So our journey, I'm quickly going to share our journey to the second certification. The challenges that we came across, I've just picked some, and how they've improved over the years. So from last year's audit, when coming to speeding, as truckers, we always believe that a truck must drive at 80, and we ignore the fact that there are 80 zones, there are 60 zones, and as much as a zone can say 80, what kind of area are you operating from? Some other areas, and as much as you can have a 60 or 70 zone, you need to teach your drivers to behave in such a way that they know that here, even though I am at liberty to drive at a high speed, but because of the activities happening, it would be safer for me to reduce speed and operate safely. When coming to working hours, last year, it was recommended that we monitor the excessive hours. You know how we transporters always want to push productivity and ignore this and tell the poor driver, no, let's push, because the client needs this, these many tonnages to be moved in a day. But then now this year, we've then started monitoring them. And according to our policies, because according to the Bargaining Council, drivers can operate up to 15 hours. But our internal policies, RTMS pushes you to follow your own internal policies. And for us, we saw that for drivers to still safely operate without fatigue, maximum hours that they need to operate is 12 hours. And when coming to maintenance, the service intervals last year were exceeded more than 6 times in 12 months. And this year it has reduced to 3. The challenges, I'm going to come in as an SMME, the challenges that we face as SMMEs. My concern is that we've got too many SMMEs that would get accredited, but then fall off in terms of maintaining the certifications. And from what I've picked up is that the reason behind this is limited resources. As you know, that when you're RTMS certified, there's some human resource and financial resources that are attached to it, which are sometimes a challenge to an SMME, as most of them would be funded, say, being in a certain program that funds the first certification. But for them to keep up with continuation of this certification, it becomes a challenge. Your regulatory compliance as talent acquisition and retention, in a sense that you'd need a safety officer that's going to monitor these systems for you to ensure that, the culture has changed, your people are indeed following this, and as we know, they come at a price. You need some sort of technology to get real-time data that's going to help you to monitor the performance of your drivers, that's going to help you to monitor your assets. And these things, unfortunately, they come at a cost. And I think this is where SMMEs fall short. And as a community, we need to see as to how can we help them in terms of ensuring that we get more and more of them at the end of the day, being part of the RTMS community. As at the end of the day, we want to push for everyone to be part of this community. Some of the challenges that we also face is limited market access. It's very difficult for an SMME to be trusted out there in big companies, or as well collaborating with larger players. Yesterday I was telling some of these big players to say that, when you're looking for a subcontractor, consider making RTMS a prerequisite, because at the end of the day, I'll be leveraging you from, the stress of having to monitor me, because you know that already there's somebody who's doing that on your behalf. Short-term contracts at the end of the day lead to the company not having financial stability. As a result, it makes it difficult for them to continue renewing these systems. Although I always say one has to do what she has to do, because the benefits that comes with RTMS are big. Visibility and credibility. We know most small companies, they're not highly visible out there. Marketing for them is not such a big thing that they are into, or that they are able to do, because of cost associated with that as well.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask you to wrap it up right there.
I get to be cut off. Okay, thank you,
I'm going to
Florence.
ask you to cut you off just right there. I believe that, your presentation is going to be presented to everybody via email. Every speaker, please, I'm going to ask you to make sure that your presentation falls under 20 minutes as per the agenda that you were given, and so that we finish right on time. And you make sure that we all, just especially the ones that are coming now after Anna, to make sure that, you just really highlight the most important elements around your presentation. Everybody was allocated 20 minutes, and I'm making sure that we keep to the 20 minutes, if not 15 minutes, so that we finish on time. And I'm sure that you would understand it. So now we're moving to the next presenter. We are, we are already close to 20 minutes late of our agenda. So I'm going to ask Dr. Paul also just to make sure that we keep within the time limits. You know, if you could be hopefully by 12 midday, you could wrap up your presentation, sir. Anna, we heard you loud and clear with, the importance of RTMS, and this webinar is not death by RTMS, ladies and gentlemen. It's to highlight the importance of compliance and to also highlight the importance of all those elements that need to be in place. Dr. Paul is the Director of Heavy Vehicle Transport Technology Africa. And the topic is the Performance-Based Standards PBS, a pilot project, opportunities for significant safety and productivity benefits for the region. Dr. Paul, sir, the virtual stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Florence. I just want to share my screen. Just tell me when. I'm actually shaking in my boots. You quite a strict MC here, and but it's good. It's good to have a strict MC. Just tell me if you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see it, but we can't see the presentation yet.
Oh, well, now my screen's gone blank.
You see, that's why we buffer. We've got time. There we can see your presentation, sir. Please.
Okay.
Continue.
Thank you very much. And I will try and I'll aim for 15 minutes if I can. Yeah, thanks very much. It's always a privilege to participate in these webinars. Why is it seems to be, it's flashing on. Okay, I don't know why it seems to be flashing. I just want to say a couple of things before I start. And it relates to Luke and Anna's presentations. And we're talking about the performance-based standards. We're actually talking about high-capacity vehicles. And the key to a successful implementation of high-capacity vehicles in South Africa and neighboring countries is more responsibility of the operators. And they both highlighted the importance of taking responsibility, not ducking and diving and hoping that the law enforcement officials won't catch you. It's about taking responsibility, good corporate governance, and that's why the RTMS is one of the pillars for high-capacity vehicles. So the problem is globally has been found that the prescriptive regulation is trying to ensure that all vehicles on the road are safe and don't do undue damage to the infrastructure. But the research over a few decades has shown that some vehicles, in particular heavy vehicles, even though they comply with the prescriptive legislation, are not safe. They're dynamically unstable when they do certain maneuvers. And if they've got single tires, they typically do a lot more road damage than other tires. So this is just a clip showing typically what can happen with a heavy vehicle. Here's another one. This is some research. A lot of the research was done at the University of Michigan in the United States. And this is just a clip from South Africa, down in the Western Cape. You can see the oncoming traffic, and there's a truck probably going too fast, but a lot of the reason for these rollovers is to do with the suspension, the number of axles, the height of the payload, and those sort of things, that is one of the primary objectives of the performance-based standards approach, is to tackle this problem of vehicle instability. So when South Africa was the 4th country in the world, actually one of the leaders, 17 years ago, our first PBS vehicles went on the road, and the pilot project was to evaluate these key metrics: reduced road wear per ton kilometer, reduced vehicle trips. So if you can reduce the number of trips, you reduce congestion, safety exposure risk, improve safety performance. That's basically the improved dynamic stability of the vehicle, improve transport productivity, bigger payloads, lower transport costs, reduced emissions. If you reduce your fuel consumption per ton kilometer, you automatically reduce emissions, which is a big issue now in most countries. And then reduce queuing times and cross-border delays. If you have fewer trucks on the road, then obviously you're going to reduce queuing times. Since we started the project, a lot of work has been done around the world, and these reports are available. And most of them, well, in fact, all of them look at performance-based standards as a way to address some of the challenges in road freight transport. In our project, as I say, we started with the first trucks on the road in 2007. We developed a strategy, and there's a rules document which explains the process to get involved. And Luke showed one of the slides showing the process for involvement in the PBS project. Most of the work on the safety side has been based on the Australian performance-based systems, a standard scheme. And we've tweaked some of the safety standards, but there's no point in reinventing the wheel. So that's where a lot of it comes from. So essentially, for those of you not familiar with the performance-based approach, you have certain standard maneuvers, which are not cast in concrete. These have been developed over much research. And then when the vehicle is put through those maneuvers, you can measure certain performance standards, which is the right-hand column. And I'll show you a couple of examples. I am trying to sort of catch up with speed, with time. So this is a little clip showing some vehicles in Australia. This first one is what we call a prescriptive vehicle. So it's a standard truck, tractor, semi-trailer. It's going a bit slow today, I don't know why. But you can see you get this off-tracking. So that's one of the performance standards, is when a vehicle does a 90-degree turn. The performance standard is not the length of the vehicle, it's how much does it off-track. The next one is also a prescriptive vehicle. In other words, it's not a PBS vehicle. It's a bit longer. It's got two trailers, and you can see how the off-tracking increases. It starts to cut into the opposing lane. And then the third one is a 20-meter vehicle, but it is a PBS vehicle, and you'll see that the off-tracking is reduced because it's just some simple mathematics in terms of articulation points, position of axles, wheelbases. You can get the off-tracking to reduce. The fourth one is a prescriptive vehicle. In Australia, they can go up to 25 meters. On my side, it's stopped.
It stopped on our side too, Paul. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to just carry on to the next one. But essentially, that vehicle had a very poor off-tracking performance. And then the last vehicle, which was even 1 meter longer, 26 meters, is a PBS vehicle. And you can see how well it tracks around the 90-degree turn. This is a high-speed performance standard. So the one on the left is a standard timber truck, rigid drawbar. That's a legal vehicle in South Africa, and it failed this particular performance standard, which is called high-speed transient off-tracking. And the one on the right was one of the first PBS vehicles in timber. It's a longer vehicle. It's got a higher payload, and yet because of the design, stiffer suspension, wheelbase, position of the hitch, etc., you can see how well it performs when it does that lane change maneuver. So essentially, you are looking at the design of trucks and improving certain parameters, and you get a much better performance. And here was some work that we did at Eurotech. So you can do these tests can be done in the field. This was done with the University of Pretoria with accelerometers and cameras and what have you. And part of this work was to validate the computer simulation. So it's all very well having a computer program, black box that gives you answers, but you also want to be sure that the answers that you get are reliable. And this one is a problem for any truck. It can be a 2-axle rigid truck or a multi-axle A double or B double. And this is called static rollover threshold. The vehicle increases speed on a constant radius curve. The PBS vehicle in this case is a 30-meter vehicle, A double, the red one, and then the blue one is the baseline vehicle. And again, in this case, the baseline vehicle rolled over too early, too soon. So the static rollover threshold, which is one of the performance standards, it failed. And this is one of the primary causes of rollovers, is that the so-called the definition of a static rollover threshold is the tendency of a vehicle to roll over when it's going around a corner at speed. And sometimes the speed doesn't have to be very high. It can be 50 kilometers an hour, and the vehicle can roll over. And here is similar kind of testing at Eurotech. Also, this you can use a tilt table to measure the static rollover threshold. There are chains, so the vehicle doesn't actually roll over. Then another one is rearward amplification. It's also a lane change, and the one on the left was a road train that Unitrans had been using at Richards Bay Minerals for many years. And it turned out that the rearward amplification of this combination was very bad. You can see the third trailer actually rolls over during this maneuver. And they upgraded to a 4-trailer combination, a BAB quad, we call it. And you can see it's a very aggressive maneuver, but that combination is a lot more stable. On the infrastructure side, we use South African methodology. I'm not going to go into it, but we make sure these high-capacity vehicles do less road damage per ton of payload, and they also checked to ensure that the safety of the bridges is not compromised. So this graph shows the blue diamonds are baseline vehicles, and the red squares are PBS vehicles in the mining sector, and that graph shows sort of the road damage per ton of payload. So you could see a lot of the baseline vehicles are actually very road unfriendly. They cause a lot of damage to the road compared to the PBS vehicles. So it's very important that this high capacity project also considers the infrastructure, not just the safety and productivity of the vehicles. Sometimes a traffic impact assessment is required for some of these longer vehicles on the actual route that the operator wants to use. And then we use some software to simulate the vehicle going through the route to make sure that it doesn't impact negatively on the other traffic. Actually, this slide was developed by Krista Sachs, who's with us today, when we were both still at the CSIR. And I think we've got into the trap of the wrong terminology. So we all talk about PBS vehicles, where in fact what we mean are high capacity vehicles. And globally, it's been shown that high-capacity vehicles have got significant benefits in terms of reduced fuel consumption, reduced emissions, and reduced trucks on the road, reduced road wear. And in South Africa, we've got 2 pillars. One is the performance-based standards approach, which I've explained, and the other one is the RTMS, to ensure professional and compliant operators, well-maintained vehicles, competent drivers. That is an absolutely essential pillar. Most of the provinces would not consider continuing with this project if it wasn't for this certification process to ensure that the operators are taking responsibility for their drivers, their trucks, and their operations, the loading, etc. So at the end of December last year, we had almost 500 million kilometers, 1,400 PBS vehicles in different sectors. Currently, it's just about 2,500 PBS vehicles, and I'll end off with the challenges that we're facing right at the moment. Here you can see the growth of the project since 2007, and all the companies that are participating. There are currently about 80 transport operators that are running PBS vehicles, some over 200 and others just a handful. There you can see the breakdown fleet size. So the 1 to 5 operators, there are only 3 that are running PBS vehicles. The biggest involvement is the fleets of 21 to 50 trucks. There we have 20 operators participating in the project. Just some examples of trucks, and I'm trying to keep my speed going. But there you can see a couple of timber vehicles and side tippers. Many of the PBS vehicles are not over length. So the ones that don't need the additional volume can remain at 22 meters long, have extra axles, and so they can increase their payload where the axle loads are still kept to the maximum permissible. Buscore is it was the only bus company that's running a PBS vehicle. And there you can see his crash rates for the biarticulated buses. There's 5 crashes per million. And the solar buses or the rigid buses, it's 9.5 crashes per million. So there's an indication of the safety improvement that we've measured throughout the project. Namibia has also started a pilot project. It's much smaller than the South African project, but they've actually updated their legislation. Their Road Traffic Act is called the Vehicle Mass Act, where they've made provision for high-capacity vehicles that have been designed according to the performance-based standards approach, which they published earlier this year. We haven't got close to that in South Africa, but hopefully we will get there. I just wanted to mention here's a couple of examples of the slow speed maneuver. I mentioned the low speed swept path, but you've also got frontal swing and tail swing. So these are important measures when a vehicle goes around a corner at slow speed. The tail swing, which is that amount that the rear end of the trailer swings out, was a huge problem for car carriers. And this was a paper that was written by Krista Sachs, looking at tail swing of typical car carriers in South Africa versus in Australia. And Abakwe, I listened just to part of his presentation, but I know Vehicle Delivery Services has had a huge improvement in their safety performance. And I would say a lot of it can be attributed to the improved tail swing. So we had vehicles in car carriers in South Africa with tail swings going up to 1.25 meters. That's how much the rear end of the trailer swings out when the driver does a 90-degree turn. And now with the PBS approach, it's limited to 0.3 meters. So there's a massive improvement in safety. Coca-Cola are running these 30-meter rigs. If you're in Gauteng, you'll see them on the R21, the N1, N3. This just shows, again, the swept path, the launch of their PBS project in Bloemfontein a few years ago. And you'll just see at the end of the clip how well it turns onto the N1 highway. This has got 2 trailers with Trident axles at the rear. Those trailers, and the rear axle of the Trident is a steer axle, which greatly improves the slow speed performance of the vehicle without compromising lateral stability. So this is where you can see it's across the highway. Now it's going to do actually more than a 90-degree turn to go onto the N1. You can see how well, I mean, that's a 30-meter vehicle, and it actually performs better than a standard 22-meter vehicle because of the way it's designed. Okay, I'm just about wrapping up, and I see it's 12 o'clock, so we've updated the stats. You can see there all the benefits that have been measured in terms of trips saved, fuel, greenhouse gas emissions, crashes 40% down, reduction in road wear. In Australia,
Dr. Paul? Dr. Paul, we're losing you.
The pie charts on the right. So that just emphasizes the fact that standard prescriptive vehicles are often not very safe if you analyze them from a performance-based perspective. And most of the failures are the high-speed performance. So static rollover threshold, rear weight amplification, and then yaw damping. This is my last slide. We have quite a challenge at the moment. I think many of you are aware of the issue in South Africa. We were waiting for the National Department of Transport to make a decision. The evaluation report was submitted to the Department of Transport in October 2020, so it's almost 4 years ago. And we're still waiting for direction as far as the way forward goes. Some provinces have actually stopped issuing permits, have stopped or have set a deadline. In Mpumalanga, it's the end of December this year. So there's actually a bit of a crisis at the moment. We are in the process of engaging with the new Minister of Transport through the National Logistics Crisis Committee and also through the RTMS non-profit company. So we're certainly hoping that there'll be some change in the next month or two. Really what we want is that the pilot project should continue in all the provinces until MINMEC makes a decision on the way forward. And once MINMEC has made a decision either to go ahead or not to go ahead, then the industry knows where they stand. And I mean, at the moment, the investment is probably 15 billion rand in PBS trucks. And you can imagine the risk now with this uncertainty is getting very high. So that's a very important issue that we need to resolve in the very near future. I think, a lot of people think that these high capacity vehicles are going to take over. I think it's clear that they will never really get more than 10 to 15% of the total fleet. High capacity vehicles are very appropriate for primary distribution, for transport of bulk commodities. So it's not a matter of these vehicles are going to, replace all heavy vehicles on the road. That's certainly not going to happen. And they also can only operate on approved routes. And I think my closing comment is what I said at the beginning. If this project is going to be a success in South Africa, it's got to be a huge responsibility taken by the industry to ensure that these vehicles are compliant, they remain on the routes, they don't overspeed, they don't overload, etc., etc. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Dr. Paul. And I'm going to give you a round of applause. You kept within 20 minutes. Thank you very, very, very much. And I loved how you started speaking over the videos and making the most of the time. Thank you so much for that very concise, insightful presentation. And like I said in the beginning, innovation is seeing what everybody has seen and thinking what nobody has thought. And this is what we just saw through your presentation. Tony also leaves, there's a comment from Tony there from Master Drive in the chat in relating to your presentation. And a lot of people are really grateful for that presentation. Thank you so much, Dr. Paul. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move right along to the next presentation by Mr. Duncan Prince, Specialized Heavy Trucks, Daimler Truck South Africa, and he's going to look into trucks and the driver to move the heavy truck industry sustainability forward. Mr. Prince, are you there, sir?
I am. We're here and we're ready.
Oh, no, that's great. That's great. Can you please bring up your presentation?
Here it comes.
It's always so fascinating seeing the faces of the logos I normally see. So now.
Okay, so Windows, there we go. Are you all seeing that?
Yes, yes, sir.
Wonderful. Okay, well, we'll kick off then. Yes, thank you for the opportunity today, and greetings to the rest of the heavy vehicle and PBS community out there. My name's Duncan Prince. I'm responsible for Unimog and heavy specialized trucks at Daimler Truck. I've been doing this job for going on 25 years now. So yeah, I was one of those kids that liked playing with things in the sandpit and then just grew up a bit. Yeah, most of my life I've been involved with trucks related to mining, off-road, abnormal loads, etc., etc. But enough about me. So the question is today, what is Daimler Truck doing about contributing to moving the heavy vehicle industry sustainably forward, particularly with regards to PBS and to the RTMS system. So currently we offer just broad strokes range of vehicles that are both Euro 3 and Euro 5 compliant in terms of exhaust emissions. So from an environmental perspective, we're offering vehicles which are exceptionally good on fuel, but also far exceed regulated engine emissions from an environmental perspective in South Africa. We also, to take it a little bit further, are now offering a range of battery electric vehicles for the short-haul distribution business, and they range from a 3-ton rigid up to a 25-ton payload truck tractor. And then what is of particular interest to today's audience, I'm sure, is the fact that we offer 4 Mercedes-Benz models particularly aimed at the PBS smart truck business. Just briefly, we have a 6x4 rigid intended specifically for the timber industry. We offer 2 6x4 truck tractors, one for regional short haul on off-road application, typically in side tippers, coal, ferrochrome, etc., etc. We then also have a model aimed more at the long haul side tipper business. This would typically be pulling Tridem side tippers grossing at about 73.5 tons, offering you a payload of close on 50 ton. And then we have the truck, which I'll cover in a little bit more detail today, that we call the 3358. And really this truck has been built with the PBS business specifically in mind. We've built it deliberately and with intent to meet PBS regulation, as well as trying to encompass the requirements of the RTMS as far as possible with this model. The big thing with us that is really a cornerstone of our brand value is safety. Everything that we do on our vehicles, safety is first and foremost in our minds. And on this particular vehicle, our 3358, this vehicle has been built with no fewer than 7 active safety features above and beyond what is required by the law in South Africa. We also have so-called passive safety features, but those really only come into play when everything's gone wrong. That would be things like the driver airbag, but hopefully you don't get to that point. To just quickly run you past what these active safety features are, all heavy vehicles in South Africa are required to have an ABS brake system, which means that you don't lock up the wheels under heavy braking in wet or dangerous conditions. This particular vehicle, in addition to that, offers a feature to prevent the vehicle wheel spinning on pull away, which can become dangerous. It also has electronic stability control, which is a feature that stops the vehicle essentially going sideways to a point within the limits of physics if a driver was to go around a corner faster than they should. The vehicle also has proximity control to ensure that a safe following distance is maintained when the vehicle is running in cruise control mode, which is what we recommend for most long-haul operation. The vehicle also has electronic stability control, which stabilizes the vehicle when a very rapid side-to-side maneuver is required, something like a lane change test. We then also have what I'll cover in just a moment, what we call lane keeping assist, attention assist, and then probably from a outside viewer, spectator point of view, the most impressive feature that we have is what we call active brake assist, or autonomous braking on the vehicle. And essentially what this does is it looks at the distance between the vehicle and any vehicle in front of it, or object for that matter in the road, and evaluates how close the vehicle is to said object in the road, and how quickly it is closing on that obstacle in the road. And essentially, if you're closing on a vehicle in front of you too quickly, it'll first warn the driver to slow down. And if the driver doesn't slow down, the vehicle will start braking all on its own. The vehicle obviously needs good brakes on the trailer to help it stop, because no truck tractor can adequately stop a complete combination all by itself. But the big thing is that it buys you time, and a second or two that the driver doesn't react where this system reacts before the driver turns into a lot of stopping distance in terms of meters that you have to make an emergency stop. And if conditions are such that you can't stop exactly, at the very least, it certainly mitigates the severity of the collision very significantly. Other feature that this active brake assist also offers is the ability to detect pedestrians walking in front of a vehicle at a speed of up to 50 kilometers an hour. So the camera in the windscreen of this vehicle can pick up the shape of a pedestrian walking in front of the vehicle, and if it's apparent that the vehicle is going to hit said pedestrian, the vehicle will also actuate the automated braking to prevent going over the pedestrian if possible. But ultimately, with all of these features, as Paul said a short while ago, you know, a cornerstone of safety with all of these systems is having the right person behind the wheel, and a person that is adequately trained and that is skilled and experienced in operating these vehicles, because autonomous systems go a long way to making the vehicle safer, but no autonomous system is smarter than an uneducated or irresponsible driver. Speaking a little bit more to the RTMS and fatigue management, this is obviously a huge problem in our country, given the distances and whatnot that we have. Our vehicles are also all equipped these days with lane keeping assist, which warns the driver as soon as they wander out of their lane if they haven't actively put the indicator on to indicate that they intend to change lanes. And then we also have a system called attention assist, which monitors the driver's driving patterns through steering wheel movement and the effect of the vehicle wandering on the road. And if the driver is exhibiting any kind of behavior which would lead you to believe that the driver's fatigued, it will warn the driver that it's time to pull off and to rest. Then moving on from that point, a thing that we've also concentrated on very much with these particular vehicles of ours, especially this 3358, is that, you know, it's important from the general public and industry point of view to have a vehicle which gives adequate performance. This is important for a couple of reasons. One, when you're running with these bigger loads, the vehicle has to be more productive. There's no point in carrying more load and then the vehicle takes double the time to do the trip. So this 3358 is completely capable of hauling a 50-ton load on national roads at 73.5 tons gross combination weight at the same or better speed, average speed, than a typical 450 horsepower 56-ton combination. But obviously this 3358 gives you another 15, 16 tons. So there's a huge productivity advantage there, which speaks to less vehicles on the road, less noise, less air pollution, less fuel burnt for the tons transported. The other big thing is that when the vehicle can maintain a good average speed, your likelihood of rear-end collisions is significantly less. When you have an underpowered vehicle struggling up a hill, obviously you're going to have an issue with a likelihood of rear-end collisions. And a big thing about this vehicle is we believe the vehicle should not be invisible to the public in that they can't see it, but it should not impact on them in the sense that they should not be able to pick that vehicle out and say, that's a PBS vehicle, it's too slow. Our objective with this vehicle is very much to maintain the same speed as the rest of the traffic on the road. Then we have a number of features to help the vehicle do this. In the interests of time, I'll gloss over some of these things, but one of the big things that we do offer, which is good from an environmental perspective and cost perspective, is a feature called predictive powertrain control, which is a system which works with GPS and a 3D map built into the vehicle. And when you're running in cruise control, it automatically throttles the vehicle up in anticipation of uphills. It backs the vehicle off as you're cresting a downhill and applies the retarder and or engine brake on a downhill before you need it in order to best make use of the vehicle's kinetic energy and momentum. And that gives you not only a consistent running speed, but significantly better fuel consumption and a much smoother driving style. Last item, which I'll just cover very briefly, and this also speaks to fatigue management and driver behavior. All of our vehicles come equipped as standard with Fleetboard, with a 5-year free subscription. And the point of Fleetboard is it helps you locate where your vehicle is. It wouldn't necessarily be your prime tracking device, but it's a complementary tracking device. It gives you brilliant in-depth insight into driver performance, and it also warns or updates fleet management or controllers as to when the vehicle requires servicing, speaking to the maintenance requirement of the RTMS. And yeah, that pretty much wraps up my presentation. I would just like to express my thanks to the audience for your attention. A big thank you to Oliver from JC Auditors and Harry van Heestien of Transport Forum for giving us this platform today, and well done on arranging the event. There we are.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prince Duncan. You kept to your time as well. You were so concise and highlighting very critical aspects about the topic that you were asked to speak to. I want to just share or read out one of the, I think you work with Navin, and he's got a comment in the chat, and he says, we lead and set the benchmark when it comes to safety systems on heavy-duty trucks, and we will continue to develop safety systems and make our trucks and roads safer. Thank you very, very much, Navin, for that comment, and also Duncan for highlighting the importance of safety systems. We will move again right along to the next speaker. on our program, ladies and gentlemen. Remember that you can drop and leave your comments or your questions rather in the comment section so that the speakers could attend to them, and you can have some of the questions that you have, been answered. We're going to move to the head of EV Mr. Eric Perry. I nearly moved to the following speaker. Mr. Eric Perry is the Senior Manager of Sustainable Solutions at Volvo Group Southern Africa, and he's going to look into how Volvo trucks are creating a sustainable future for the transport sector. I think we need to give JC Auditors a round of applause for really trying to, they've really curated a very insightful panel and speakers, and let us just give them a round of applause, Mr. Oliver Naidu and his team. And I believe the next webinar, it will be even as insightful, and we'll be giving speakers more time, because there's just so much insight and so much expertise in our room today. Eric, the virtual stage is yours. I see your presentation towards zero in the transport industry. If you may please also just stick to the 20 minutes or less, I'll really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Florence. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for allowing us the time to go through what some of the future plans are for trying to reduce our emissions on the planet. And just want to thank you all for taking the time. And yeah, to the colleagues from Mercedes-Benz, it's really good to see that you guys are joining us on the safety journey. So from a process at the moment, we're going to start with what we're looking at towards zero. So we are looking at how we're going to create a sustainable future for road transport. And in my area, my focus is on our product range that is essentially not diesel. So I'm not going to speak today about Euro 3, Euro 5, Euro 6 turbo compound engine technologies, any other the more normal technologies that are already available for reducing consumption and improving the environment. And also on our safety systems, I'm specifically going to be talking about the different paths we see for the future. So kicking off with alternative fuels. So this is just a bit of a snapshot of the different types of energy carriers that commercial vehicles can run with. And the bit of background for this is why we're looking at this is because our vision in this is that there's no magic silver bullet to replace diesel. Diesel is a very, very high calorific content. It's extremely good at producing energy for moving vehicles, and it's very difficult to replace. But we see there are multiple energy carriers, and a large number of them have renewable energy sources that can provide them. So from synthetic fuels to HVOs to methane, hydrogen, electric, they're all areas that will have an impact in our market. So at Volvo, we specifically look at three parallel roads. We don't see a single solution, single silver bullet. So of those three, I'm going to talk through all of them at the moment, but your battery electric is obviously one of them for your more regional type work, intercity, inner city, inter-provincial type work. There will be fuel cell electric based off the same driveline, but using hydrogen as the primary electricity source. And then, of course, there will still be combustion engines, whether it's running on biofuels, whether it's running on synthetic fuels, gas, biogases, or even hydrogen. So I'm going to just take you through a bit of a highlight of what each of these technologies look like. But this slide gives us a bit of an idea on what a scenario could look like with complementary technologies. So in the bottom section here, this is where your yearly mileage is lower and your weight on the vehicle is lower, where we would see refuse, regional, urban construction, and some interregional haul, where your battery electric is very, very capable, even today, of handling. Then you'll have an overlap zone where you will find fuel cell electric vehicles for a higher mileage, higher weight, where they have a higher range, but there's still going to be a need for some form of combustion motors, where you're talking heavy transports, which was very relevant to the PBS discussions that have come through today, and then heavy construction. So there are going to still be other areas that we will need the different technologies. So kicking off with the electric, So in our case, we have introduced our full electric range. We talk about any truck all electric, and by any truck I mean it. It can be a 4x2 tractor rigid, it can be all the way up to an 8x4 rigid, and 6x4 tractors. So we have introduced a wide range of vehicles, not just in the global market, but in South Africa as well. So I'm just going to use a very short video just to take you through a quick 1 minute on our electric range. So across the world at the moment, in 28 countries, we have well over 3,500 vehicles. Our electric range has done in excess of 90 million kilometers in actual operation. So there's some real work being done in that area. And this is these are particular vehicles that we have here in South Africa, vehicles that are actually in operation, in testing, and in trials with different customers. So it's not just a PowerPoint presentation. These are actually here. So then moving on from the electric side, we're going to look at the gas-powered vehicles. So in our case, we have focused on LNG, liquefied natural gas. So that would be liquefied methane, and whether that would be normal natural gas from fossil sources or from full bio. We are able to handle both very well. We've had vehicles in South Africa for testing, and the main stumbling block at the moment in South Africa for a bigger introduction is the ready supply of LNG. But the technology is definitely there and very capable once that is sorted out. So again, I'm going to let our marketing team's budget do its work, and I'll use another short video.
Methane gas-powered trucks are the most viable alternative to standard diesel in long and regional haul transportation in Europe today. With liquefied gas, you can carry enough energy on a truck to drive long distances. When the liquefied gas is produced from renewable sources, it's called bio-LNG. This enables CO2 emissions to be reduced by 100% tank to wheel. Bio-LNG has the potential to replace up to 20% of diesel in Europe. Even fossil LNG offers a substantial CO2 reduction of 20% tank to wheel compared to European standard diesel. Volvo Trucks' LNG driveline is based on proven technology. The Volvo FH-LNG and Volvo FM-LNG deliver the same high performance, drivability, and productivity as their standard equivalents. The refueling network and production of bio-LNG is expanding, opening up for fossil-free transport with gas-powered vehicles.
So on the LNG side, it is liquefied natural gas. So it is at a cryogenic temperature. The gas sits at minus 163 degrees centigrade. So feels fairly similar to liquid nitrogen. So it's not to be confused with LPG, liquefied petroleum gas that you'd use in your scuttle. So it's a very different technology. And then moving on to speaking technology is looking at hydrogen as fuels. So hydrogen has a place in a number of areas. So the first one I'm going to talk about is going to be on our hydrogen fuel cell, where we use the hydrogen to produce electricity to power an electric driveline. And again, I'm going to make use of another short 1-minute video.
Right now, Volvo Trucks is testing its first ever hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicle. While battery electric trucks are here to stay, they will not be the only heavy electric trucks on the road, because different transports face different challenges. Fuel cell electric trucks are designed for the most energy-demanding assignments. From day to night, they can keep going when there simply isn't time for charging, perfect for long distances and heavy loads, and in parts of the world where charging possibilities will be limited. To fuel them, you need hydrogen, one of the most abundant resources on Earth. The potential has no limit. The fuel cell on board generates electricity when driving, and the truck only emits water. So, take a closer look at this fuel cell electric truck. It will play an important role in the future of transportation.
So the hydrogen fuel cells are still quite a way away. You'll notice this one particular vehicle was late last year, early this year, up in northern Sweden doing cold winter testing. It's also worth noting that Volvo Group and Daimler Group have a joint venture to develop fuel cells called Cellcentric that is developing fuel cells specifically for commercial vehicles. So it'll be each vehicle's driveline, but the actual cell technology that transforms hydrogen into power will be a joint venture, which is very interesting. And lastly, on the hydrogen side, there's of course hydrogen combustion. So using a very similar process to what we have in our LNG vehicle, where we are using a tiny amount of diesel to start the combustion, and then we use the hydrogen to substitute the diesel fuel, where you then have a very high substitution ratio of hydrogen gas. And this is a technology that we are also working with. We have a joint venture with Westport, a Canadian company, to develop that fuel system. We see at the moment the hydrogen is going to be a year or two away before we start seeing on-road testing apart from this type of vehicle. So I know it'll be very interesting to see how this works, especially in the South African market where there's a fairly high interest in how hydrogen will play out. And then just on my last slide, what is necessary to succeed here? All of these different technologies have different stumbling blocks in terms of the implementation. So for example, electric trucks, due to the size and weight of the batteries required, they tend to be quite heavy. They tend to be around 2 to 3 tons heavier than an equivalent diesel. So you need legislation that would allow them to run with that higher load so that customers are not penalized with weight. And in some cases, you end up with tractors specifically with a longer wheelbase. So depends, and this is not a Volvo specific problem. This is a physics of battery problem. So between us and the other OEMs, we're anywhere between 700 to 1.1 meters longer, which means that you end up with standard trailers that are over length. So this is where we need assistance from the Department of Transport, ITAC in terms of import duties. You need general government support to try and make these things a reality. Liquefied natural gas also has a packaging problem in terms of length, and hydrogen will, I'm sure, as well. So these are all areas that we need to get right, and then we need the ecosystem to be able to support the vehicles on the roads. And each OEM obviously will be doing whatever we can to make sure that whatever we bring in is fully supported. But to make these things more widely accepted, we need to have charging infrastructure, LNG fueling infrastructure, potentially green hydrogen production. So these are all areas that we need to work on. And I thank you all for your time and your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Eric. I'll just read out one of the comments in the group chat. It's by Naveen. He says, great presentation, Mr. Eric. E-trucks is something that we all need to accept and understand one day, as this is the future. And I believe some of the things that you've highlighted, as in, the kind of assistance and cooperation from the ecosystem that is required, is a conversation that needs to happen so that we are ready, from what Naveen says, for the future. There is a question also, Eric, I'm going to ask you to attend to it in the group chat from Samantha. It's relating to the batteries, so no, I'm sure you can be able to answer that question.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Eric, and thank you for the visual and videos. It was just so cool for that presentation. We will move to our next speaker. I can see Chris already on the screen, and I'm sure his presentation is ready. He is from Go Metro. He's the head of EV transition, and he's going to be looking into innovations that support safety and drive sustainability. There are words that keep on coming throughout the session this morning. Now it's, it's past noon, around safety, sustainability, compliance, innovation, technology. Dr. Chris, are you there? I didn't want to pronounce your surname, sir, because I could just say it in Xhosa and I could be wrong.
No, there definitely shouldn't be any clicks in there.
All right, please.
The Sachs, thank you.
The virtual stage is yours.
Thank you. 1 second, let me get this shared here. All right, is that all coming through all right?
Perfect.
Great, all right. Hi, everyone. Really nice to be with you today. For those that don't know me, I'm Chris Sachs with a company called Go Metro, who you should also be familiar with, had a long history of involvement in the Transport Forum. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what we're doing around safety and sustainability. And I'm calling in from London, which might be a surprise. And I'll give you a bit of background as to why that's the case. So Go Metro, you might be familiar, is a South African company, at least originally founded in 2012 in Cape Town, initially mainly in the rail space. So that was back in 2012. Subsequently, there were some rounds of funding, some new product launches around 2019. And then in 2021, we opened an office in London, which is where I'm sitting today. It's our new headquarters. 2022, we launched a new product called Bridge, and then a big milestone in 2023, secured a Series A funding round with a company called Zenobi, who does electric vehicle leasing and renewable energy supplies and backup energy supplies, that sort of thing. That was to the tune of around £9 million. And then in 2024, we've been very busy launching a lot of new product offerings, some of which I'll talk about today: EV Fit, Connect Tire, and more in the pipeline, which I won't be talking about today. So firstly, just a bit of a snapshot of what we have from an innovation technology perspective. We do hardware and software, spanning trucks, buses, paratransit, tire pressure monitoring. We have a product called Bridge, which is our fleet virtualization layer. EV Fit, I will talk about. And then also some products I won't talk about today: Go Metro Fleet, Go Metro Pro, and some vehicle energy consumption simulation tools that we're busy developing. But I'll touch on these top three today because they give quite a good message around safety and sustainability, and I'll tell you what we've been doing there. So firstly, a very quick introduction to our Bridge product, because this kind of sits at the heart of some of the stuff we're doing now around electric vehicles. I'll just tell you a bit about that. So Bridge is our what we call a fleet virtualization layer. So it's a visualization platform, and it is a telematics aggregator and visualizer. So we plug directly into the telematics service providers via API to visualize the data on a single platform, and this means you can have coverage over your entire fleet, including subcontractors. We just need to make those connections directly with the telematics service providers. So this in itself is a very useful tool, and it has safety implications in terms of real-time visibility of your vehicles, see if they're being held up anywhere, if they're in an unsafe area, for example. But what we're starting to find now is this is a fantastic starting point for understanding how to transition fleets towards electric. So that brings me to EV Fit, which stands for EV Feasibility, Implementation, and Transition. And this is our end-to-end EV transition support solution. So a bit of context here. So you might think that calling from the UK, we're far ahead here. Some of the stuff's never going to happen in South Africa. It's going to happen everywhere, though South Africa might just be a few years slightly behind on the timeline. but a lot of what's on the slide here will apply equally. So there's a lot of external pressures at the moment. Countries and organizations are setting net zero targets. We're starting to see more and more phase-out dates when you can no longer purchase a diesel vehicle. For urban areas, we have low emission zones. From the shipper's perspective, the Procter & Gamble's of the world are now facing Scope 3 emission reporting, which means they have to measure their indirect logistics emissions and report on those and be doing something about that. So everyone is facing these pressures to transition to EV, or as Eric said, potentially hydrogen fuel cell or something like that. But there's a lot of uncertainty. So big battery electric trucks is in itself a fairly new technology. There's uncertainty about how that's going to be incorporated into existing fleets. There's a lot of upfront investment cost at stake. And so people want to make the right decisions about how to invest in that properly. And it needs to work within our current operations. And what we've highlighted as a key stumbling block here is data visibility around what are your fleets doing, what are your subcontracted fleets doing, and digging down into journey level insights. So what we feel the sector really needs is a data-driven EV transition plan where the support is really needed at the front end and the back end of that, the data collection and figuring all of that out. And then once they've got a plan, the implementation. So that is where our EV Fit comes in. And for a bit of interest in the UK context, how big is the challenge? And it's already pretty big here if you thought we had it easy. So there are around 500,000 HGVs, heavy goods vehicles here, and it's around 50,000 individual fleets. So you can kind of view that as this individual fleet or depot, and only about 1% is electric now. So there's a long way to go. And how much investment is at stake? Well, you can do some back of the envelope calculations, and this is around £50 billion of investment at stake, at least. And when does this need to happen by? Well, in the UK, we've got phase-out dates already in place. 2035, from 2035, you won't be able to purchase an ICE vehicle up to 26 tons. And from 2040, that covers the full spectrum. So if we assume that that means by 2050, all HGVs have been replaced, what this means is about 2,000 fleets will need to make this transition every year leading up to 2050. And every year that is around £2 billion worth of investment at stake. So what are we doing about that? Well, here's a kind of high-level description of our EV Fit solution. And at the heart of it really is bridge. So you need to understand and make sense of your telematics data, and that can come from your own fleet, from subcontracted fleets. You need to merge that with your operational data, your schedules, your load plans, integration with your transport management system. And you need to understand from that, what are your typical distances that your vehicles are doing from depot to depot, from depot to client? How long are they spending idle at the depot or at the client site? And using that information, you can then identify what are going to be your key routes to start electrifying. What kind of vehicle spec do you need? What battery capacities? And what kind of charging infrastructure? And all of that at the end of the day helps design your purchase decision, what kind of vehicles to go for. Or if you're a shipper, how to spec your tenders. So an example of this, we're just starting this process for heavy goods vehicles in the UK, but we've applied this in other contexts before. And here's an example of some work that was done in Cape Town for minibus taxis. Same process, monitor the vehicles over a period of time, understand their movements, their distances that they're doing, how long they're spending at key locations, i.e. taxi ranks in this case. And you can start to pull out that key information that helps you make decisions around what kind of vehicle specifications you need and what kind of charging infrastructure will be needed. So this is what we're starting to do now for the UK heavy vehicle fleet. And that's buses and trucks, by the way. So moving on a bit now from EV, I want to talk a little bit about our Connect Tire offering, which is something we're scaling up at the moment. So this is real-time tire pressure monitoring. And at the heart of it, it is, this is a hardware solution. And the basic hardware configuration consists of an in-cab display. So the driver has real-time feedback if there are any tire pressure or temperature issues. And we offer two different types of solutions. The one is rim-mounted sensors. So shown over here, these get mounted to the rim directly with a steel band. it's kind of inside the tire. So that's very applicable for South African market, for example, where theft and operating environments are a concern. But for the UK market, actually, especially with buses, we see a lot more interest in these valve-mounted sensors, much easier to install. And it works well when there's less of a theft risk and the operating conditions are far more controlled. On top of this, of course, you need some kind of data integration and visualization layer. So we have our Connect Tire platform. So here you can monitor all of your vehicles in the same place, see if there are any issues flagged. And for each individual vehicle, you have insights into every individual tire, its pressure, its temperature, and you can set your own thresholds for low pressure events or high temperature events, and there's notifications and all the sorts of things that you'd expect. So what I wanted to highlight here is some real safety kind of case studies that we've seen from some of our early implementations of this. This is an example from a South African operator who had tried some tire pressure monitoring systems in the past, wasn't quite meeting their requirements, configuration was difficult, and they'd had some severe incidents in the past. So the feedback we got here was that over the last 2 years, they'd had 4 specific incidents with a steer tire burst. And of course, the implications of that are quite severe from a safety risk perspective, but also the vehicles off the road for a period of time. And the estimate here was that this was a cost of about 200,000 Rand per incident. And here's a case where we avoided an incident for them. So here's a plot of the steer tire pressure over the course of, I think it was early April this year until mid-July, where we detected a very severe event that was then intervened and addressed. And at the same time, on one of the trailer tires, there was a slow reduction in pressure that was detected and addressed, thus averting a bigger issue. And here's that steer tire issue in close-up. So there was actually, initially there was a bit of a high pressure detection, which is all right. You get fluctuations due to elevation and temperature, that sort of thing. But by the 3rd day, there was a significant reduction in pressure detected. And later that day, further reduction. So this reduction was accelerating. So at this point, this was picked up, the vehicle was pulled over, and lo and behold, quite a severe puncture due to a big nail in the tire. This was picked up, could be addressed proactively. This was fixed within a span of 2 hours and the vehicle was back on the road. So that prevented that costly 200,000 Rand breakdown, but also prevented what could have been a major safety incident. So likewise, if we look at, well, how much of the time were each of those tire groups below the threshold pressure? So this is the steer tire, drive tire, and trailer tire, where we've grouped the colors by percentage deflation. So you can see with the steer tire, about half to 2/3 of the time was, within reasonable bounds. 26% of the time was between 5 and 10% deflated. 13% of the time was between 10 and 20% deflated, where you really start having some concerns. And the case was particularly bad with the trailer tires in this case. So around a quarter of the time, this was deflated by 10 to 20%. So this, we can immediately see the value of this kind of monitoring, not just from a safety perspective, which was the incident I mentioned now, but if we look further, there's some other important implications. So reduction in tire pressure causes a reduction in tire mileage, which is ultimately an increase in your cost per kilometer that you pay for those tires. And here's some data from Michelin that if we look at that, if you remember that trailer tire was spending a quarter of its time between 10 and 20% deflated. If we look at what a 20% under inflation would mean for mileage, so 20% under inflation, close to a 20% reduction in tire life. And tires are a big component of your costs, so that's a significant number. And likewise, it has an impact on fuel consumption. So also data here from Michelin, if we look at a 20% reduction in inflation pressure for a tractor semi-trailer combination, which is kind of your typical workhorse here in the UK, it's close to a 2% reduction, a 2% increase in fuel consumption, which, and I think the figure in South Africa is 40 to 50% of your costs is kind of fuel, that's a significant number. So that was a very high level overview of kind of just two of the bits of innovation and technology that we're doing around safety and decarbonization, but I wanted to leave you with some final thoughts. So the first was that the EVs are coming. So thank you, Eric, for the timing of your talk just before me. That was perfect. They are coming. It's not just a Europe thing or a UK thing. They're in South Africa now. They're coming, and European OEMs will get to a point where they're not making the diesel trucks anymore. Eric may correct me on that, but I think that overall message is relatively clear. They're coming. The timelines might just differ a little bit from country to country. And what we're starting to find is that to unlock an affordable and scalable transition to EV, data is really at the heart of this. So you wouldn't have your finance manager losing sleep over, are you speccing the 1-tank diesel truck or the 2-tank diesel truck? But he or she will very much be losing sleep over the 250 kilowatt hour battery electric truck or the 500 kilowatt hour battery electric truck. The cost difference is huge. So this need to dig down and understand your operations before making that investment decision are really, really critical here. So having said that, so Paul gave a talk earlier about, PBS, which is a great efficiency intervention. There are other safety and efficiency improvements like tire pressure monitoring, lowering resistance tires, driver training. These are all great things and should be adopted wherever possible. And that applies to EVs as well. You want your EV to use as little energy as possible because that's a cost to you at the end of the day. So these are all things we should be doing from now and into the future. But I would caveat that with a quote from an author of a book I'm currently reading, Saul Griffith. You can't efficiency your way to zero, right? These efficiency things are great, but we need to get to net zero. We don't need to get to 50%. We need to get to net zero as a country, as a continent, as a global sector. So I'll leave that with you. And thank you so much for the time to present today.
Thank you so much, Christopher. Thank you. What a remarkable innovation you guys have there. And I think everybody in the audience is found it very insightful, especially around tire management, as tires are probably second next to fuel of the highest costs of most truckers. Great presentation indeed from Russell. I think you probably work with Russell. Great presentation. It was quite interesting just to see that correlation between the 20% tire pressure, low tire pressure, and how it affected the mileage as well. And a good friend of mine who's George, and he runs GT Tire Services, would 100% agree with you around the importance and making sure that all transporters pay close attention to tire management. Congratulations, and also congratulations on your expansion. It's great to see businesses, South African businesses, going abroad. Thank you. I'm sure you will pop in by the chats if there is any questions for you or any comments relating to what you have just shared with us. Very insightful indeed. We are going to move to Mr. Bernard Vilakazi, who's the Senior Sector Specialist Transport and Logistics guy from APSA. And he's going to be talking about innovative heavy vehicles asset finance, ESG vetting criteria, promoting sustainable transport. So he's the money guy, and he's going to be talking about how best you can secure some vehicle finance in an innovative way, perhaps, because they've got innovative heavy vehicle asset finance. Mr. Vilakazi, sir, are you there? There he is.
Yes, I am.
He's wearing red. This is how I know APSA people. They always wear red.
That's how we show up. Let me just share my.
Yes. If you may please also just stick to the 20 or less minutes of your presentation, I would really, really appreciate that.
Yeah, will do.
Thank you.
Please let me know if you can see my presentation.
Yes, I can see it. Just put it on presentation mode. Great. Excellent.
Thanks. Okay, for those who are not who don't know me, I'm Bernard Vilakazi. I look after transport and logistics in the business banking space at ABSA. So yeah, the topic at hand, I think most of the speakers already have defined what is ESG or sustainability. But one thing I just wanted to highlight that I've picked up, especially in the finance world, is that we tend to use the word ESG and sustainability interchangeably. So if you hear me saying sustainability, I'm still referring to ESG. And it's usually an industry debate that where do we draw the line there? Cool. So I just wanted to highlight ABSA's group sustainability strategy. And this is what we draw from as a sector in transport and logs, is that in terms of our sustainability focus, it's financial inclusion, it's diversity and inclusion, and it's also climate. So those are the three pillars that we are focusing on. And also just when
Bernard, can you hear me? Am I the only one that has lost him?
No, I've lost him as well.
All right, let's just give him a couple of seconds. I'm sure he probably restart his PC or switch off his camera. Such things do happen. And I will do an ad break for the Road Freight SME Summit while we wait for Bernard Vilagazi. ABSA is the platinum sponsor for the Road Freight SME Summit. And this year, what they have done is also to sponsor 5 of the SMEs that participate at the Road Freight SME Summit to exhibit and be part of the smart procurement world. 2 of the transport businesses that attended the Road Freight SME Summit have received quite considerable amount of funding and business development support from ABSA. So as the Road Freight SME Summit, we also have a very good relationship with ABSA, and we understand the importance of access to market, access to finance for small and medium enterprises. So if you are in the crowd and you are thinking, should you attend the Road Freight SME Summit and what will it do for you? I'm just highlighting what we have just managed to do, ladies and gentlemen, in just a few months, really, because we launched last year. And Mamoja, which unfortunately, I don't think she's in the crowd. I would have liked her just to share briefly about her experience at the Smart Procurement World, where she was sponsored by by ABSA to exhibit her business and the kind of leads that her business has received. Equally to Liru Transport, Zibusi Transport, Rembate Waste Management. I am very passionate about growing small and medium enterprises in road freight and ensuring their sustainability. And it's very important that we build that ecosystems from financiers, including JC Auditors. JC Auditors is also a sponsor of the Road Freight SME Summit, and they've been very instrumental in the conceptualizing of the Road Freight SME Summit and making sure that a lot of SMEs or SMMEs rather understands the importance of compliance, regulation, safety. And we thank JC Auditors for supporting the Road Freight SME Summit. Earlier on in the year, we had a webinar that we hosted as the Road Freight SME Summit with JC Auditors on systems and processes. And I would encourage you to visit our LinkedIn page. And you can, it was an hour and a half that we had with Oliver and also with Puti from Manisela Logistics, where they were just having a conversation, very fruitful conversations of the importance of international standards, processes, and systems that needs to be in place as you are growing your trucking company. Some of the presentations that we just had, they are speaking green. It's big organizations, they've got those resources and they, even to the capital to buy some of these leading trucks. And I do know that in our midst, and some people also in our midst work with smaller players. And it's very important that we share this information so that that we can all businesses in the Road Freight SME Summit can grow and can be sustainable. Is there any question in the chat group that we can look into? I can read some of the comments. There's a new message. Or I could, okay, no, it was great presentation to
Lawrence, there's a question on YouTube.
On YouTube. Oh, all right. Did you, is it
Rebecca.
Oh, the lady for it is for VBS. I nearly said VBS. My apologies, South Africa. You know, everywhere we go, we just see VBS. My apologies. Oh, no, you know, Abakwa, it is for you, actually, the people at OneLogix. It is, she's a female entrepreneur. She wants to find out if OneLogix does any incubation for young entrepreneurs. The question is, I just want to know if OneLogix also has programs that helps and grow young women who start ventures and businesses in logistics. Are you there, sir, just for you to answer that question? I do know you do a lot for female truck drivers. I have seen the work that you do. I do not know if you incubate SMMEs. Come again? We lost them there as well. I think people might be having connectivity challenges, but let's go back to our program and see if the next speaker is in the audience. Abakwa, are you there?
Yes, I'm back now.
Okay, let me
Sorry,
give you
I lost you a little bit.
Yeah, please just answer that question.
Just repeat the question. It's just that I had network problems.
Okay, it's a female entrepreneur, and she heard obviously your presentation where you spoke a lot about what you do for truck drivers, and she wanted to find out if OneLogix has perhaps an enterprise development or enterprise supply development program where you incubate small businesses.
To be honest with you, obviously it's not as much as we want it to be, but we are definitely working on it, and especially we also started a division that is focusing on female truck drivers and investing a lot in them. So with the small enterprises, we definitely is something that we really need to put more effort in. So I think I will pass that request to the higher. So I think that is a good question. Yeah.
Great. And we know the work that you do for female truck drivers. You're quite a leader in that respect. And we welcome OneLogix to the Road Freight SME Summit, hint, hint, nudge, nudge, so that we can help you with your ED programs. And also, Rebecca, you should attend. Let's move to Dr. Steve while we wait for Bernard. Mr. Steve, are you there? Senior Consultant at OELEA, South Africa.
Lawrence, I am here. I wish I was a doctor, but unfortunately, it's just the old man.
Let me just introduce your topic, the crucial need to manage transport risks, a perspective. This is very important. Shelley's saying, hi, Stevie. So somebody knows you. ESG.
I've got fans. I've got fans.
Yeah, no, I wish I were you. Hence I said doctor, right? Hence I said doctor. ESG, vetting criteria, promoting, the crucial need to manage transport risks, a perspective from the insurance industry. Very, very important. Mr. Steve, the virtual platform is yours.
Thank you. Can you see what I've got there so far?
Yes, I can see it. You can just put it on presentation mode. Optimizing insurance spend. Very important.
You're on, but it's not presentation mode.
Is it still in that? Are we having the same problem again?
Yeah.
Okay, let's try again. Yeah. Harry, I'm quite happy if you handle the slides. They're pretty straightforward. You're fairly used to them by now.
I'm bringing it up in a few seconds.
Okay.
Okay, Steve, you're
I'm
on.
going to try again. Oh, have you got it, Harry?
Yeah, I'm steering for you.
Okay, because I was going to give it one more bash, yeah. Okay, can the audience see that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just a quick one. Sorry, guys, about that. I am the worst person technologically with my challenges. But Steve Cornelius, I work for Olia Risk and Insurance Solutions. We're a French-owned Pan-African brokerage focusing and specializing in the transport and logistics industry. I've been a participant on the RTMS steering committee for more than 10 years now, and also work very closely assisting the Road Freight Association with their insurance issues. So that is a little bit of a background of me. The purpose of my presentation today is to perhaps try and find ways to ensure that in a market that I think we all agree in is one of diminishing margins, and truck owners and transport operators are struggling more and more to squeeze out profit, is to find a way with the risk and insurance spend, which is significant. It has an impact on your cost to company, cost per kilometer, and my purpose today is to try and simplify and find a way to perhaps reduce these costs. Okay, thanks, Harry. Hold on. Harry, I just want to go back. Okay, getting bang for your buck is basically a simple way of saying let's try and take a grudge purchase and find a way, to minimize and to reduce the pain. And I'm talking about this from a broker's perspective. Obviously, I am a broker. I'm the go-between between the insurance, the insurer, and the client. So basically, those four elements that you can see in front of you are our focus areas. We've got the insurance costs, we've got risk management that has to be looked at, repudiations, which I'm going to touch on. I always grab that opportunity to talk about that, and then structuring your policy. So those are the four elements that are going to make up the gist of my presentation. And Florence, I'm really trying hard to get this done as quickly as possible. I don't want to incur your wrath. So, Harry, let's move on to the next slide. Premium is always what people think is effectively your cost, but it's not at all. In fact, it's often the least of your costs. Your risk and insurance cost is made up of excesses, risk management expenses, downtime, and also a grey sort of marketing area, which I'll touch on. So the premium is something that the insurer decides on. They effectively look at various things, generally your loss ratio and your claims history will determine what their premium's going to be. In an ideal world, they'll take your claims cost and they'll add on 40%, and that will become your premium. That's in a very simple way. Your loss ratio, for those that don't understand a loss ratio, is your total claims that the insurer has paid divided by your premium as a percentage. Okay, then you have excesses which the insurer levies. Those are your contribution towards every claim. The insurers like to feel that you also have got some money on the table when it comes to claims. So that is your portion of the claims cost. The more or the higher your excess is, the lower your premium in theory should be. So it is the beginning stage of using self-insurance as a way of bringing down your total cost of risk and insurance. And then, of course, we've heard a lot about risk management. The whole morning has been a fabulous presentation of risk management opportunities and the reasons why. And effectively, risk management is about reducing the frequency and the severity of claims, and I'm talking about it from an insurance point of view. And your costs would be your physical costs involved in this risk management, being examples, telematics, driver training, the cost of guards, sprinkler systems. Those are all examples of the costs that get spent on risk management and mitigation. And then a gray area is the downtime. So your incident, your accidents, your claims will result in your vehicles being out of production. And there's obviously a lost income element to that. And finally, marketing. We strive to maintain and grow our customer base. We strive to make sure that our clients have confidence in our ability. And when that is impacted by claims, it can have a negative impact on your total overall insurance and risk costs. Harry, next slide, please. Okay, so let's have a look at risk mitigation. And I'm going to go through this slide quickly because you've heard a lot about it. Managing the cost of your risk and insurance is critical, because if you don't focus on this, your insurance costs are just going to skyrocket. If you go back to what makes up your insurance costs, you'll see how everything is impacted by a successful risk management process. So, and you'll see, if you look at this and you've been listening to previous speakers, you'll see how closely this links into RTMS compliance and conformity. It's about vehicle maintenance, your driver in terms of his behavior, wellness, his regular medicals, identifying low blood sugar, etc. Driver training, which should be linked to the results coming out of your driver management system. And then, of course, overloading, which is an important policy condition and needs to be complied with to ensure that your insurance policy will actually respond. So those are the 5 main focus areas of risk management and mitigation, which needs to be successfully run in a business to make sure that your insurance costs don't skyrocket out of hand. Harry, next slide. As a broker, this is probably the most frustrating area of my job, certainly, is when you run into a situation where the insurer elects or decides to repudiate a claim. And this can be the most significant cost to your risk and insurance spend should it ever happen to you. It can be catastrophic. And I'm going to go through what I would call my insurance assessor's happy hunting ground. Now, when you have an incident, the insurer will appoint an assessor to come and investigate and make a finding. And these items that I'm going to address here very briefly are where that assessor will focus his attention in the hope of finding a reason to repudiate this claim, because then he's certainly justified his invoice, and he feels chuffed about life. So roadworthiness is obviously it's a policy condition. To enjoy any sort of cover, your vehicle has to be roadworthy. And even though you've got your certificate of fitness and everything's fine, the brakes and tires is an area that I'd like to highlight here as being where assessors will go and focus their attention. And I'm substantiated in highlighting this by looking at the statistics of the brake and tire watch that's performed by the Fleet Watch magazine and various other parties that work together with Patrick O'Leary. They've found that 67% of vehicles that are pulled off the road on an ad hoc basis fail the brake and tire test. That's a scary thought, because that gives insurers an opportunity to walk away from a claim. Then there's valid driver's licenses. And we know in this country, unfortunately, people find ways of coming up with a document that is in fact not valid. Do whatever you can to validate the driver's licenses that are shown, because if it's not valid, again, it's a condition of the policy. Your claim's not going to get paid. Obviously, the payment of premium is very important. Insurers won't pay their claim if you haven't paid your premium. Physical securities. If the policy wording states that you need to have an operational telematics device that is monitored 24/7, make sure that that is in fact what is in your fleet. Because if your vehicle gets stolen and they find that either it's not working or there's no system of monitoring it, again, it leaves them open to walk away from the claim. And geographical areas, I've just found of late, people sometimes are operating in areas that are not covered under the policy wording. So just double check. It's an easy exercise to do. Go back and check that your policy, in fact, covers the areas that you're traveling in. Okay, Harry, next slide. As a broker, we have the opportunity to look at how insurance policies are structured. Now, most of you will understand that we know what a conventional insurance policy looks like, but there's many ways of structuring the payment of that premium, requesting profit sharing, which in all ways brings down and hopefully reduces and saves you unnecessary risk and insurance spend. So from a conventional policy right through to a self-insurance structure, there are different ways of taking that premium and structuring it in a way that you can actually contribute or be part of any successful risk management structure. So profit sharing, you just ask. Your broker just needs to literally ask the insurer, can we have some type of fund arrangement or profit share arrangement whereby if we perform under a certain loss ratio, we can get some money back. You just have to ask. Deposit premiums, where in fact the 100% premium you can say to the insurer, I'm going to pay 60% of my premium. If I keep that 60% under a certain loss ratio, I'm not going to pay you the balance of my 40% premium, and you have a 40% saving. That is a structure that is available to clients out there. Aggregate excesses, now you're starting to delve into the realm of true self-insurance, where you say, right, I can carry, instead of you just saying the 100% claims and you're adding 40% onto that, I'm saying I'm going to take a share of that 100% and then pay you a lot less premium to insure me for catastrophic losses. And then obviously a lot of really big clients do utilize self-insurance in its entirety because they have the required capital, etc. And then these decisions will all be made under different circumstances. the fleet size, the balance sheet strength, the claims ratio that you, over the last 3 years, your risk management protocols, and your appetite for risk. All those the broker must assess before offering a different structure. The important element, guys, what I'm trying to get across is that there are ways of structuring your policy to save you money. The broker is not always keen to offer these because it does come with a loss of broker income. So it's not always something that is offered. Harry, yeah, let's move on to the next slide. Finally, I just thought it's nice. Let's have a look at how insurance risk and insurance mitigation structures fit in so beautifully with RTMS, or SANS 1395, as its official name is. You look at driver behavior, driver wellness, vehicle maintenance, and overloading are the same pillars that we use in insurance that are focuses on when you become RTMS compliant. So, yeah, I've really, you can loosen your safety belt now. I'm going to start slowing down a bit. My advice is, or I hope I've given you food for thought, but my advice to you out there is, if you are complying and you're compliant with all the RTMS requirements, get certified. If you're not complying, get certified, because that's going to force you to comply. And I can assure you all the resulting savings that I've touched on will come to fruition, and your business will operate more efficiently, and you will maximize your insurance and risk spend. And Harry, I just give my details here on the next slide. If any people are out there that would like to take this conversation further with me, you're happy to, please feel free to contact me. And in closing, I'd just like to thank Oliver for the invitation to speak, Harry for all having your patience, and Florence for running a good, slick program. And congratulations to all the previous speakers. It truly was professional. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Steve, for that. Thank you. And thank you also for highlighting that indeed, people can structure their policies and they just need to make sure that they are compliant with those key things that you're mentioning. I was feeling a bit tense when you said you don't want to experience my wrath. And I thought to myself, I'm not chastising people, I'm mitigating risk. There's reputational risk here, Steve.
You're doing a great job.
So ladies and gentlemen, just a little bit of the interruption with Bernard. Unfortunately, something happened and he had to also, log off, and now he's been also called into a particular meeting, but he did say that he told us that he will share his presentation with us and we will send it across to you. That was Bernard Vilagasi from APSA. I do also believe that we will have another session with JC Auditors, and thank you, Jonathan, with JC Auditors, and we can have Bernard also yet again to just come and share his insights based on the topic that he was given to. I'm being chuffed with myself, ladies and gentlemen, that this driver is indeed going to deliver right on time. So the next speaker is Ms. Lerato. She's a transport safety lab. She's from Transport Safety Lab at CSIR, and she's going to be speaking about innovative approaches to mitigating human factors in road transport. That's very important. Innovative approaches to mitigating human factors in road transport. Another female on this panel. I was going to throw a jab to JC Auditors to say, where was the female representation? But here's another female. Can we please, is she in the audience? Lerato? Lerato, don't let me down.
Florence, yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. Great.
I'm here.
You can just bring up your presentation.
All right, just give me a moment. Can you see my screen?
I'm sure, let's give it a second or so. It's going to come up.
Share.
Hey, now it's there. We can see it. Innovative approaches to mitigating human factors in road transport. Ma'am, the virtual stage is yours, and we still have over 50 people. So don't think people have fallen off. People are still here waiting to hear from you.
All right, thanks, Florence. Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for joining today's webinar. A special thank you also to Transport Safety Forum and JC Auditors for accommodating us at the webinar. So my name is Lerato Khoa. I am a senior researcher at the CSIR with a professional background in traffic engineering and transport planning. So I'm part of the Transport Safety Lab team at the CSIR, where I'm overseeing a couple of research projects that are focused on advancing road transport safety. And I'm a bit excited today to share some insights on the work that we've done on mitigating human factors in road transport, focusing especially on enhancing driver perceptions in low visibility areas. I know we've heard a lot about driver behavior today, but if you can just bear with me, because I think my angle is going to shift the focus more towards how the external environment influences driver behavior. And just a brief introduction of the CSIR. We are a research institution with a legislative mandate to foster industrial and scientific development through multidisciplinary research and technological innovation. With this being done in cooperation with the public and private stakeholders for the purpose of improving the quality of life of South Africans. So that's a mouthful, and to say it in a much simpler language, at the CSIR, we really want to collaborate and work together to come up with new solutions and improve technology while making sure that this fits with what people need in our country. And we want to share our knowledge and expertise in a way that helps industries grow and makes our societies much better. So I sit in the smart mobility cluster at the CSIR, where we work to address challenges and opportunities that are associated with the transport system and its operations, looking at the transport infrastructure as well as logistics management. This is to support industrial and sustainable development. And this cluster is also the one that's housing the Transport Safety Lab. So just now looking at road transport and safety, right? We know that the issues of transport safety are long-standing ones in South Africa, and they negatively influence social and economic development progress in the country. Road transport and safety contributes significantly to high injury and fatality rates. And the estimated cost of crashes last year was estimated to be around 205 billion. So even though we may be making some progress as a country towards reducing road traffic accidents and fatalities, I think we're still suffering quite serious social and economic impacts of transport unsafety. And to add to this, we know that the road traffic injuries and fatalities, they disproportionately affect vulnerable groups, such as your pedestrians, your cyclists, motorcyclists, and young people. So human factors in road transport safety refer to the psychological, cognitive, and behavioral elements that influence how drivers interact with the road, the vehicles, and other road users. So a large proportion of road accidents globally and in South Africa can be attributed to human error. And we have speeding, reckless driving, and alcohol consumption as some of the leading contributors to this. According to the State of Road Safety report by the Road Traffic Management Corporation, alcohol impaired driving is actually responsible for about 58% of road fatalities in SA. Obviously, this has profound implications for the supply chains industry because accidents result in loss of life, in damaged goods, and also they lead to delays in shipments. There's a negative impact on the economy and the logistics sector. And I think that by addressing human factors that contribute to these accidents, we can significantly reduce both the social and economic impacts associated with transport incidents. So across the globe, there are various innovative technologies that are being developed and deployed to address the risks that are posed by human factors, many of which have already been shared by previous presenters. Examples include your driver monitoring systems. These are AI-based systems that monitor factors like eye movement, head position, heart rate, and they're able to detect signs of fatigue, drowsiness, or distraction. And we've seen in the previous presentations how these DMS technologies are being adopted to enhance supply chain reliabilities. We also have advanced driver assistance systems that incorporate features such as collision avoidance, lane keeping assistance, and automatic emergency braking. All the fancy stuff that we saw in the Daimler and Volvo presentations that are designed to intervene when drivers are unable to react in time. Another innovative approach is naturalistic driving studies, which involve the continuous monitoring of drivers' vehicle performance and road conditions using sensors and cameras. So this is actually the area of strength of our transport safety lab. Naturalistic driving studies, they go beyond just looking at human factors, but they capture the interactions between the driver, the vehicle, the road environment, and external conditions. And this offers a more holistic view of driving experiences that other types of studies may miss. So for the first time, with this approach, it allows us to study these elements collectively and not in isolated silos, and therefore providing us with a deep understanding of how human factors interplay, or these different factors interplay in terms of contributing towards risky driver behaviors. So NDS actually provides important data that can further refine your DMS and ADS technologies, ensuring that they address real life challenges that are faced by drivers. And also this approach allows us as transport engineers and transport planners, they give us important insights on how we can design the road infrastructure that is more forgiving of human errors. So in recognizing the complexities of road safety challenges, and also as a strategic response for promoting safer transport systems, the CSIR Smart Mobility Cluster invested in establishing a dedicated transport safety research facility in our country. It is the first of its kind in South Africa. And the lab, sorry, I've gone too forward. The lab actually addresses the urgent need for innovative and multidisciplinary solutions that improve transport safety. And, with all these transport safety issues that range from human factors and infrastructure deficiencies, our lab aims to provide data-driven insights and research-based interventions that can transform the state of road safety in South Africa, right? So our lab is equipped with state-of-the-art technologies, including the Nolders Drive Lab and AV Simulation Simflex Vehicle Simulator. We can see those in the images to your right. The Haval there is our hybrid vehicle that is equipped and fitted with the Nolders Drive Lab technologies or instruments. And then at the bottom there, that's our vehicle simulator that was recently installed. The simulator is an advanced driving simulator that assesses driver behavior, vehicle dynamics, and impact of various transport interventions. So we can actually code in different transport conditions and scenarios on software and simulate it for drivers to experience and do tests. There's a lot that we can do with these technologies. And the benefit of it is that we would be doing all of this in a controlled environment where we can test proposed interventions and solutions before implementing them, especially on the infrastructure side. So based on that foundation that I have laid on the innovative technologies that mitigate human factors, I will now present a case study that shows how we are applying these technologies and these principles in real-world settings at the lab. This study was using the Nolders Drive Lab technology to assess the effectiveness of fluorescent yellow-green traffic signs in enhancing driver perception and road safety. So just looking at the problem. In South Africa, low visibility areas and hazardous road conditions contribute obviously to the high number of road accidents. And like I said, pedestrians and your cyclists are especially vulnerable in this context. The standard road signage may sometimes fail to capture your driver attention in critical moments, particularly during adverse weather conditions or during low light conditions. And also, the South African Road Traffic Signs Manual, which governs the use of road signage, it doesn't currently allow for the use of fluorescent yellow-green road signs on public roads. So the challenge really was how we can enhance the visibility and perceptibility of road signs to reduce road accidents. And then in efforts to then address this challenge, we launched a pilot study to assess the effectiveness of fluorescent yellow-green road signs in improving driver awareness and perception. The goal being to test whether these signs, which are already in use in other international countries, how they could enhance safety by making critical road signs more visible to drivers. So as you can see on the screen, the bright fluorescent yellow-green color is more attention-grabbing than the conventional yellow or orange color. In terms of the approach, so we did our pilot study in collaboration with the Road Traffic Management Corporation, as well as with the South African Road Traffic Safety Management Association. And the research methodology used a mixed methods approach, which incorporates both qualitative and quantitative data. Did a review of the literature on fluorescent yellow-green sign and the applications in various international contexts. And we did our human design, collecting of our data and analyzing it. And
I think we've lost Lerato there. Am I the only one? Harry, can you hear her?
No, same problem, yeah.
She's also just dropped off. I'll give it like a minute before we move probably towards the end of today. And there is she back? Okay, no, that's the program. As we wait for her, I'll give her a minute or so. Does anybody have any question that you want to leave in the... Okay, let me admit her again. She's back. Lerato? Lerato, we lost you there. You were on the methodological approach slide. I'm going to ask you to probably get to the outcomes of what you wanted to share about, which is the external, you said, driver behavior being affected by the external environment. If you can just get to that slide where you want, you can highlight the outcomes of the pilot.
Okay, no problem. Can you hear me? Can you see my screen?
Yes, you can see your screen, and I'm going to ask you to get to the results. Thank you so much.
Okay, so just to explain the outcomes, we firstly, in terms of the gaze and fixation patterns, so the difference between gaze and fixation is in terms of the time that it takes. So a gaze is when a user maybe spends less than 1 second looking at our sign, and a fixation would be more than 1 second. So what we observed is that there were higher glance percentages than fixations recorded for both fluorescent yellow-green signs and the standard road signs, and that males had a greater tendency to glance at the FYG signs in comparison to females. But we also saw that females had a longer fixation duration on FYG signs. And then in terms of the driver perception and sign recognition from the questionnaires that we distributed to participants before and after the drives, we found that 8 out of 10 drivers noticed the FYG signs, and they rated them quite highly in terms of visibility. There were also some findings on demographic variations. So we found that the experienced drivers that have over 5 years of license ownership demonstrated a higher glance and fixation times to the alternative signs compared to your less experienced drivers. It also appeared that age and gender influenced the gaze and fixation behaviors, where your younger participants had more variance or inconsistencies in terms of the attention they gave to the alternative signs. So getting to the key takeaways, the results of the pilot study justify a larger scale naturalistic driving study, which would include more advanced software for precision data capture and also a broader participant base across the different road environments. And then in terms of policy development, the results do support a case for incorporating these signs into South Africa's official road sign regulations, especially in low visibility areas. And the possible implications then of this research is, one, we could have enhanced road safety with the fluorescent yellow-green signage improving visibility and recognition. So industry and society could benefit from fewer road-related disruptions due to accidents. But also in terms of regulatory changes, if these signages were become standardized, then areas like your supply chain operators, they would need to update their driver training programs to familiarize drivers with the new signages and ensure compliance, as well as optimization of road safety protocols. So the broader application of fluorescent yellow-green signs pilot study is that it could positively impact road safety and also lead to potential reductions in delays and accidents in our transport ecosystem. And for the supply chain sector, it could support logistics and delivery services that operate, under challenging conditions. So yes, thank you. Thank you. In conclusion, I think the key takeaways from today's discussion is that it's very important for us to make use of these innovative approaches and mitigate human factors. And as we move forward, we should continue to build on these collaborative and multidisciplinary efforts, because the transport safety problems are complex and they require cross-cutting solutions. So it is through shared expertise and collaborative efforts that we can make meaningful strides in reducing accidents and save lives and ensure that our transport ecosystem is efficient and sustainable and resilient. Thank you. I will end it here.
Great. We can already see you've got a reminder. You need to move to the next meeting. Thank you very, very, very much, Lerato. And I believe that report is probably available for the public. If people could reach out to you, just to get more insight about that. I know you did high level. I think there's much more to what you guys received, or the outcomes and the results of that particular case study. Very fascinating things. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 13:45. Our program says we end at 13:45. And Mr. Naidu, is there any last words from you? I don't see any questions, which means every speaker clearly spoke directly to what the audience needed to hear, and all answers are, all questions are answered.
Florence, you've certainly brought the truck in just in time, as they say in supply chain. Well, what I'd like to say is a big thank you to you, Florence, for your exceptional facilitation, putting people under pressure, steering them when you needed to, but getting the job done. And a special thank you to, I think, Harry, for hosting, and for all the other speakers. I thought we had such a nice theme that flowed through the sessions. And again, just to, if I could, in a closing remark, just emphasize that we need to collectively continue our efforts to address the problems in our road networks and to do it in a holistic manner. So it's not just about trucks or just about technology or just about tires or driver training, etc. There's a myriad of factors that each needs equal attention so that we can make a difference and we can improve the way we do business in terms of the road freight sector. So my closing comment would be consistency, sustainability in a holistic manner so we can achieve the long-term benefits. Thank you very much, Florence.
Thank you for hosting us. To Harry from the Transport Forum, thank you for this program. I agree with Shirley. She said it was very, very an insightful discussions that we had. Ladies and gentlemen, I would just say I met a little bit. I had one traffic officer cop that stopped me along the way. Just 2 potholes, but we made it on time. And thank you very, very much. Till we meet again, I encourage you to visit the Road Freight SME Summit website. I would love to meet you all, them that can make it at the summit, as we talk all things SME development in road freight. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Oliver. Thank you, Harry.
Thanks, Harry. I'm not sure if you'd like to close the session.
All good on my side, Oliver. From the Transport Forum's perspective, we want to thank JC Auditors for being our proud gold sponsor and for putting together this event. And we really appreciate your support. And Florence, thank you for great, excellent MC work. So hopefully we can misuse you again. And guys, yeah, thanks for attending and take care.
Bye, everyone.
Florence, you're on mute.
I'm scared, Harry. People say I put people under pressure and I've got red. So maybe. I'm joking. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Thank you, Florence. Thank you, Harry. Thank you, Oliver Naidu. Thank you, colleagues.